And I'm going to go ahead and get started. Okay, so this is the evidence against Billy Mitchell. We are going to go through all of this tonight. I zoomed it up a little bit so that it looks more legible on your screen. The plan is to stream this tonight on Twitch, hopefully put out a good product, and then upload it to YouTube later. And answer any questions that come up, add any additional commentary or anything along the way. And I do want to say before I start, and I'm not just saying this to say it, I mean, obviously, please do not go and harass any of the people involved in this. There's people who tried to defend Billy at first, and they've come around. There's people who were always critical of Billy. There are people who still defend Billy, sometimes out of just the naivete. And there's people who just don't want any part of it. Don't harass any of them. None of them. Especially, be careful interacting with Billy himself, even on social media. I don't think this is said enough, so I'm going to say it up front. Billy Mitchell is a dangerous person, and I mean it very seriously. Like, normal people don't lie the way he lies. Mic check 1 2. Everything good? Everything sound good? Howdy, David. Good to see you in the chat. But yeah. Oh, yeah. Thumbs up. Billy Mitchell. So yeah, Billy Mitchell is a dangerous person. Normal people don't lie the way he lies. Like, something is not functioning correctly up there. Some people have seen this situation and thought, this guy is a stupid liar and he dresses like a clown. I'm going to go have fun antagonizing him. And they ended up not having fun. And I don't want anyone else to not have fun in the way that those people did not have fun. If you don't know what you're doing, in other words, kids, don't try this at home. I happen to be an independent journalist with 17 years experience. I took up writing about video game related stories several years ago and took this of interest. Basically, I know what I'm doing, but don't think that just because I say certain things that it would be that you should be going around antagonizing the subjects of this story in any way. I guess is the best way to put it. Okay, let us get into the evidence. We're going to read almost this entire document. There is one short stretch that I'm going to skip for what I hope are what you'll see are obvious reasons. This post is subjected to occasional updates and additions. The last update was October 10th, 2022. Hey, that's today. Have I been working on this all day today? Yeah, possibly. Kind of updating it, getting the new edition ready. On April 12, 2018, competitive high-score claims of disgraced video gamer Billy Mitchell were removed from the leaderboards of scorekeeping organization Twin Galaxies. This was the result of a lengthy investigation into a score dispute proving that surviving videos of two of Billy's past claimed achievements could not have been produced by an actual arcade machine, as Billy had always claimed. Billy Mitchell's denials and recriminations have been fervent and assertive, even if often misleading, inspiring confidence in some and leading many bystanders to believe perhaps the evidence is ambiguous, when in fact the evidence against him is quite clear. What follows is an accumulation of much of that evidence, which includes historical material, discoveries made during the 2018 score dispute, more recent investigative findings, and material from Billy's September 2019 legal threat and court filings in various ongoing lawsuits. Video games are serious business. If you can believe it, this post is not meant to be comprehensive, but rather a reflection of important points and pieces of evidence identified from the publicly available record, which is more than enough to establish Billy's guilt. These discoveries are the result of a lot of community effort from many people. Inline links provide attribution and further reading. Yes, there is a lot of evidence to go through. That's because Billy Mitchell is super duper guilty of having pulled one of the biggest cons in gaming history. And I am going to open up some of these links. I'm trying to avoid anything that'll be an issue with YouTube or Twitch copyright, but there's a few things I'll open up and take a look at. Note that this post strictly pertains to the controversy around Billy's Donkey Kong scores. If you'd like to read more about the many, many lies surrounding his claims to Pac-Man greatness, see our 9-part series, The Video Game Fraud of the Century. And that is a whole nother project. But if you are interested, I have gotten great feedback on it. Hey, how's it going, Ray Finkel? Good to see you. I've gotten great feedback privately on that series, and if you happen, it is basically a book. So if you're interested in reading a book on how Billy Mitchell is a massive liar, and about how he misled everyone about Pac-Man and about his trip to the Tokyo Game Show in 1999, do check that out. But that is a separate topic. We're going to move on. And here is the crystal clear girder finger that I dug up from Billy's 1.05 million tape, aka the Mortgage Broker score. Okay, now this is the section we're going to skip. This is the short version. I put it in as basically as much of a TLDR as you're going to get. But dang it, we're not here for the TLDR. We're hardcore. We are going to go right into the entire long version. Before we get to the evidence, let's do an overview of the situation. This matter concerns four Billy Mitchell tape submissions for Donkey Kong, all of which were presented as direct feed recordings from an authentic arcade machine. To define the term, direct feed means the recording device was connected such that the video only shows what was originally sent to the display monitor. In other words, by watching the tape, you see exactly what was shown on the screen. This is in contrast to something like an over-the-shoulder camcorder, which shows the game monitor, the bezel, the player, the overhead lights reflected off the monitor, etc. The above examples are both from Chris Gleed. I'll let you determine which is a direct feed and which is an over-the-shoulder camera. I think you can figure it out. A direct feed can also be set up to capture the original audio, but this was not done on Billy's tapes. The four contested scores are as follows. 1,014,400 allegedly achieved in May 2003 at his friend Rob Child's workshop in Fort Lauderdale. 1,047,200 allegedly achieved on either June 7th, 2004 or approximately December 28th, 2004, also at Rob Child's workshop. 1,050,200 allegedly achieved on July 13th or 14th, 2007 at a mortgage brokers convention in Orlando. And 1,062,800 allegedly achieved on July 31st, 2010 at Boomer's Arcade in Dania Beach, Florida. We'll get to the shifting dates in a moment. One of these scores, the 2007 one, was staged around an actual event, the annual convention of the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers. A good deal of effort was put into giving this spectacle a sense of legitimacy. There are stories of a circuit board sent to Nintendo for verification, of a mysterious GameStop manager padlocking the board in place at the event. It has not been made clear how they would have connected a direct feed to a machine they also claim was padlocked to prevent access. A few fan members, that's the organization, FAMB, a few fan members, some of whom were personal friends of Billy, have said they saw him playing Donkey Kong there. Todd Rogers was on hand as an official referee in accordance with Twin Galaxy's adjudication rules of the era, and at least at the time his word was worth something. This is basically the extent of evidence in Billy's favor for any of these scores, and it does sound very nice and reassuring until you discover the tape allegedly produced at that event could not have been produced by an actual Donkey Kong arcade cabinet. Then one starts to ask how many of these assurances were as genuine as they seem. We'll get more into this fan event below. The later 2010 score was allegedly performed at Boomer's Arcade. The story is that Billy broke the Donkey Kong world record, took a dinner break, then came back to beat the Donkey Kong Jr. world record the same day. Much less effort was put into this charade, with the only ancillary evidence being 3 short YouTube videos, which, as explained below, were hilariously faked. While we no longer have a complete copy of this game, Billy did play tapes of his DK and DK Jr. records on tilted televisions during a presentation at an event called The Big Bang in Ottumwa, Iowa the following weekend. Footage of this presentation from spectators is the only surviving evidence of the score we have access to. The previous 2 scores didn't even bother with that much pretense, with the tape simply appearing one day with no public explanation. TG referee Robert Murchek did a detailed level-by-level score analysis of the 1.014 million tape, but after Steve Wiebe's competing 1.006 million score was disqualified, something about a gummy substance, Billy withdrew his 1.014 million submission. The whereabouts of that tape are unknown. A copy of the submission tape for the 1.047 million score did survive, and it, along with the submission tape for the mortgage broker's score, were later uploaded to YouTube. During the 2018 dispute, Jace Hall uploaded clean copies of both of those tapes, providing us with a complete look at Billy's gameplay. Again, just so we're clear about the scores in question, 1.014 million, shown briefly once at a 2004 event in New York City, later withdrawn, no surviving video. 1.047 million, the King of Kong score with full video. 1.050 million, the mortgage broker's score, again with full video. And 1.062 million, the Boomers or Big Bang score. A portion of a replay was recorded by spectators at the Big Bang event. It is also important to remember that the 1.014 million was on track to be recognized as the first million-point game of Donkey Kong before it was withdrawn. Billy later claimed that title, illegitimately, with the 1.047 million tape. Since we only have footage of 3 of these games to work with, people typically refer to Billy's 3 contested scores, which also happen to be the 3 which were allowed to stand on the leaderboard. Twin Galaxies ultimately disqualified Billy on the basis of the 2 complete tapes, the 1.047 million and 1.05 million, choosing not to make any ruling on the incomplete footage of the 1.062 million score seen at the Big Bang event. As we're about to see, all available evidence confirms the 3 contested scores, including the one with limited footage, were actually done using MAME or an equivalent emulator and not using an original arcade machine as was claimed. In this light, the choice to present these tapes as direct feed made this misrepresentation much easier. As if the existing score dispute evidence was not already overwhelming, in September 2022, hey, that was last month, hardware engineer and DK expert Tanner Falcons published a detailed technical analysis examining the Donkey Kong ROM program in MAME's source code, dissecting and explaining exactly why the different transition screens appear the way they do on both arcade and MAME. There is simply no basis left, technical or practical, to argue that Billy's tapes were not misrepresented. Not only does Billy's dishonesty itself cast doubt on the veracity of these scores, the dispute evidence raised a bigger question of how the gameplay scene was actually produced. While the topic of MAME versus arcade will be fully hashed out below, a player recording a MAME score and passing it off as an arcade direct feed could employ any number of features intended for casual gamers, gaining a massive unfair advantage. In extreme cases, an entire session could be stitched together using save states, producing a single MAME input file which could then be replayed and recorded under the claim that it was achieved live in a single playthrough. Thus, honest players would be forced to compete against something resembling a TAS. That's a tool-assisted speedrun or tool-assisted superplay, basically when the inputs are maximized to produce optimum gameplay that humans normally can't achieve. Indeed, while the mere act of falsifying a submission is tantamount to cheating, oddities observed in Billy's recorded gameplay indicate such a wholesale manufacturing of an entire play session may have been exactly what was done. Add in the trove of circumstantial evidence detailed below, demonstrating intent to deceive, and there could be no doubt in any reasonable person's mind that Billy Mitchell cheated. With that out of the way, let's get to some evidence. And I agree, let's get to some evidence. And if anybody has any comments, any side, it doesn't even have to be questions, just side comments in chat, speak up. We'll get it all on here. Okay, MAME signatures. This is the fun one. The big breakthrough in the Billy Mitchell case came with an evidence package published by Jeremy Young, Zelnia, on February 2nd, 2018. This presentation was the result of research into the ways in which MAME and arcade draw boards, that's level screens, differently, resulting in what came to be known as MAME signatures. These MAME signatures were identifiers which could never be produced by original Donkey Kong hardware. Here you see the classic comparison. You see arcade on the left with the 5 girder screen. You see the MAME girder finger on the right. And surprise, surprise, here's 2 of Billy's tapes taken from sort of the earlier YouTube copies. And, you see that girder finger there, don't you? Transition screens. Donkey Kong draws level screens in a fraction of a second, too quickly for the human eye to observe the process. While much of MAME Donkey Kong resembles its arcade counterpart, the ways in which these screens are drawn are substantially different. The original arcade cabinet draws in a left-to-right sweep, while MAME draws in snapshots, resulting in different visual artifacts on each platform, and I'll show the example of this in a moment. This can be seen in the following 4 comparison animations, which show the video buffer contents on the left and the different outputs on the right. So let's take a look at these. Okay. Now this, I will say, so we're going to look at all 4 of these, but these were published during the original dispute, and these were the item that kind of made everything click for me. Like I was researching it, and I accepted generally what the dispute was alleging, that the girder finger shows up on MAME and this 5 girder screen shows up on arcade, but I didn't really understand the why. And this, when I saw this, was like, oh, this explains basically all the arcade and MAME signatures, and I'll highlight the ways in which it does here in a moment as we go through them all. But so this left bar is going to go, and it's going to capture things as it goes. Here, I should how do I turn on cursor capture? Oh, come on. What? There we go. All right. Don't know why it wasn't wanting to capture cursor. Okay. So as it's going to the right, it's gonna. It's almost like it's crossing a football field. Oh, play the movie. Boom. But it's almost like 2 people on the sidelines of a football field are crossing, and they got kind of they're holding a big tape between them, and as it hits something, it registers it. But it won't register anything behind them, but it just keeps registering as it's going forward. So, see right there, this was drawn after it had passed, but now this is drawn here, so it's captured this. And meanwhile, MAME, it just it draws the same way to the buffer, but then you see this pink here, that represents the snapshot. It just snapshots whatever's there. Now this was MAME running, and this is a question I asked at the time, this is MAME running on a slightly different frequency, and that's why you don't see the girder finger on this screen. And we're going to get into all the stuff about when the girder finger does and doesn't show up. But you see the arcade here, it keeps going, it keeps catching. It's drawing the girders to the right while sweeping to the left, and that's why it's catching all these in that way. And then on the second sweep, basically all the girders are shown, and it gets them all at that point. So I'm going to play it uninterrupted one more time, and then we'll check out the others. And this is the Pie Factory stage. This is a little harder to see it because it's drawing a bunch of little ladders in a weird order. It's not like the girders, which are very easy to tell. You can still tell MAME from arcade from this, and that was part of the original evidence presentation. Here's the elevator stage, aka the spring stage. Again, you see that it's drawing a bunch of ladders first. Watch it one more time. And the rivet board, same thing. Whole lot of ladders. Okay. Again, see Falcon's analysis for detailed technical explanations for why these screens generate the way they do. The differences between arcade and MAME are most noticeable on Donkey Kong's iconic barrel board. An original arcade machine draws portions of 5 girders down the right side, as each girder is caught by the left to right sweep. MAME, on the other hand, draws complete girders one by one, with MAME's snapshot coming halfway through the 3rd girder. As you see, Billy's 3 scores each match MAME screens and do not match arcade. The girder finger, alright. The 3rd girder seen in MAME's barrel board transition screen can be captured at different points depending on MAME's timing settings. In some cases, this results in this unique pointing finger, which came to be called the girder finger, or sometimes girder tail. The girder finger became an unofficial mascot for the investigation, a big reddish flag that could be easily understood and latched onto. In truth, the initial MAME evidence presentation was much more concerned with how the levels were drawn to the screen than with that specific artifact. That becomes relevant later. In other words, what's important is not that a girder finger was found, since random girder fingers can be found through other means, but that this specific girder finger on that 3 girder screen appears. And I think I'll go ahead and show this. This is from Billy's September evidence filing. They're like, they basically found a way to capture a still frame where it's the part where Donkey Kong's kind of jumping on the girders and it makes them go diagonal. They're like, oh, look, we found a girder finger. See, the girder finger appears on arcade. And it's like, well, no, that's not the girder finger. It just happened to catch that one bit as it was doing its left to right sweep, because that's an entirely different figure. I mean, it looks the same, but it's an entirely different spot. The timing is different. And it's not the 3 girder screen as opposed to the 5 girder screen. But, when you're searching desperately for any sort of girder finger that you can point to, I guess that's what you do. The girder finger appears several times in Billy's 1.047 million and 1.05 million tapes, often as part of a mangled frame, which we'll get to later. While a clear shot of that small finger is not seen in the available footage of the 1.062 million score, which is what we have right here. Thank you for the follow, Revjon. Appreciate it. Follow you back. Oh yeah, and thank you if I got follows earlier from Timo, who I believe is Sroka. Thank you. David and Cinnabon Boy and I don't know how to say it, Zex's Prime. So thank you all for the follows. I don't have any sort of hey, how's it going, 3CPO? How you doing tonight? I don't have any sort of notification set on, and they would be probably very annoying in this situation because I'm hoping to preserve this recording. So, but I do see you and I appreciate you. Let's see. Let's just say the girder finger appears several times in Billy's 1.047 million and 1.05 million tapes, often as part of a mangled frame, which we'll get to later. While a clear shot of that small finger is not seen in available footage of the 1.062 million score, the 3 girder screen is as seen above. Although the girder finger screen is not the only MAME signature, it has still proven too much for Team Billy to address. Despite numerous attempts by multiple parties, and despite a $1,000 bounty offered by DK competitor Wes Copeland, no method was ever found of producing this particular girder finger screen on original hardware. And yeah, this is from, I forget whose footage at Big Bang, might be David's, but yeah, tired. Oh yeah, doing fantastic. Glad to hear you're doing well. Let's see. That's the most popular, the most spoken of one is the girder finger. It's the one everyone remembers, everyone talks about. But we do have some other MAME signatures to go over. Barrel Without Kong. During this, I'll scroll back up to that in a moment. Actually, let's see if I can. There we go. Barrel Without Kong. During the dispute, it was observed that when original hardware loads the barrel board, the blue oil barrel in the bottom corner is never rendered separately from Donkey Kong in the upper left. In several instances on Billy's tapes, the barrel is rendered before Kong, as is consistent with some versions of MAME. Note that this identifier is not definitive in that a camera's rolling shutter effect, more on that below, has produced these frames from valid gameplay, but only when pointing an external camera at a TV or monitor. The frame depicting the barrel without Kong should never appear in a direct feed from an original arcade machine, as Billy's submissions are supposed to be. And here you see, you got that barrel, you got no Kong here. And the reason they don't appear separately in arcade, once again, is it's doing the left to right sweep. I've got my cursor yet. Doing the left to right sweep after it passes this point. I believe it's in this order. After it passes that point, it populates this, then it populates that, and then by the time the sweep gets around to again, they are both there, so they both appear together. Whereas MAME, a snapshot happens in between that and that. So once again, really all these signatures are the result of that difference of the left-right sweep versus the snapshot method of MAME. But that doesn't mean these signatures aren't all independently identifiable. Here's one. A little graphic somebody. I forget exactly who. I like to credit these things, but someone from the dispute made. Barrel before bonus. On original hardware, the bonus timer in the upper right is always rendered before the barrel in the bottom left. On earlier versions of MAME, the opposite is true. The barrel is loaded before the timer. Again, this is not an accident, but rather as a result of MAME using snapshots while Arcade uses a left to right sweep, which causes elements on the right side of the screen to appear before elements on the left. In Billy's submissions, the barrel is loaded before the timer, as is consistent with MAME. Even on a non-direct feed, this would be much less likely to be caused by camera distortion, given that the barrel side of the screen would have to be a full 2 frames ahead of the timer side. Specific reason. Oh, hey, how's it going, Sockmaster? Good to see you. There's a specific reason, but older versions of MAME do not emulate the DMA controller of DK hardware, which is what is used by hardware to transfer the sprites to the OAM. See, there you go. And once again, this is so the left-right sweep. The sweep goes through here. After it goes through here, the oil barrel shows up. Then it hits the timer, and then on the next sweep, it finally catches that oil barrel. So that's why Arcade does them out of order. Whereas MAME, this actually appears first, gets the snapshot, then that appears on the next snapshot. Once again, it's the difference of the left-right sweep. Old versions of MAME, Sockmaster saying old versions of MAME simply updated the sprites as the Z80 updated sprite data in RAM immediately. Yeah, exactly. That's basically the snapshot you're talking about, right? I assume. But yeah, and the reason this barrel before bonus, we'll get more into things like rolling shutter in a moment, but in order for it to distort it the way that the barrel before Kong had been distorted, to be clear, what I'm saying is, as discussed, there were examples from valid gameplay, but only when pointing an external camera at a TV or monitor. So during the dispute, people were saying, hey, look, this game by so-and-so has barrel without Kong. That means either that's MAME or your assumption is wrong. And once again, this was because of rolling shutter, because the left side of the frame, or the right side of the frame, was ahead of the left side of the frame. And this, it would have to be a full 2 frames difference, which is just not a thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. And you weren't the only one. There was a guy. Well, I don't want to bash people too much. There was a guy, Arcade Jason. He was testing, trying to test this stuff, and he wasn't coming to a conclusion. People in the dispute were saying, "Dude, you gotta stop pointing cameras at monitors. It's the direct feed that has to be examined." While there's a lot more evidence to cover, I want to stress that these loading screen discrepancies have never been explained by Billy or his colleagues despite earnest attempts to do so. Meanwhile, Tanner Falcon's September 2022 analysis, backed up by other experts in the field, provides a detailed explanation for why MAME's snapshot display, as opposed to original Arcade's left-to-right sweep, cannot be replicated by an original unmodified Donkey Kong PCB, that's printed circuit board. From a technical perspective, it's already game over for Billy's claims that his tapes were produced in the way he claims. Well, that's it. I guess stream's over. We already got it. We figured it out. No, actually, we shall continue. Oh, interesting. All right, that's good to know. Thank you. Like I said, and there's been a lot of people who have, a lot of people who they trusted Billy because he's been such a figure in gaming. I mean, I used to be a fan of his. I used to think that he was one of the legit ones. Oh yeah, all these other cheaters back in the day, but he was the one calling them out because he's always telling these stories of that. And I have no connection to the community, so it didn't take me long to decide. All right, yeah, I guess he was a liar. But some people really do have these connections, and it has taken people who have had a personal connection to Billy longer, which is 100% understandable. But many people have come around to realize that, yeah, the evidence is pretty overwhelming, which makes Billy's lawsuits that much more offensive. But we will get to that later. Arcade signatures. In addition to MAME signatures, there also exists a small number of arcade signatures, things which should only be observed in games played on an original arcade board. In the investigation into Billy's tapes, none of these arcade signatures, definitive or conditional, were observed. Each indicator pointed toward MAME. In fact, a few key elements which could have established arcade origin were conspicuously absent from the provided tapes. Here's the big arcade signature, the rivet ramp. This is actually kind of one of my favorites. When the rivet board is completed, the blue girders underneath Kong collapse into a neat pile. On MAME, this stacking is instantaneous, providing no special identifier screen. However, on arcade, there is a transitional screen where portions of girders are rendered in the form of a crude ramp. Once again, this is due to the left-right sweep, which MAME lacks. This arcade signature frame is never observed in Billy's submissions. And as explained, it's because it's doing the left-right sweep. So when you pull the last rivet, all these girders disappear, and then these start stacking up. Hey, thank you for the follow, Duke. Get you a follow back. All these girders on the bottom appear at the same time. In MAME, it just happens, but in arcade, it's doing that left to right sweep, catching it as it goes, and that's what creates this little ramp. Sort of a ramp. I'm not sure Evil Knievel would have a lot of luck trying to drive his motorcycle over that, but it's rampish sort of thing. And this is actually my favorite of all the little arcade or MAME signatures, because someone would have had to. There was early on the theory that somebody could have altered Billy's tapes to make them look like MAME. And someone would have had to, if this appears once in the tapes, then it raises some serious questions, because it's like, well, wait, MAME's not supposed to show that. So someone would have had to know to go through and erase every single one of those through all the tapes. It wasn't just a matter of drawing little girder fingers on things or making sure that the Kong appears before the barrel or whatever. They would have had to make sure to go and erase each of these little rivet ramps. Okay, no audio. The versions of MAME available at the time had incorrect sound effects for Donkey Kong, which would have been a dead giveaway. Instead, the submissions simply lack audio, despite the fact that the 2-bit score converter, which Billy's technician claimed to have used, has an option for audio output. Now, there was some, I didn't address this here, there was some argument over how easy it would be to get the audio. Billy's people were basically saying you would have to splice cables from the original machine, while other people were saying, no, it would have been super easy, just hook this to that. I'm not a technician. I'm not going to weigh in on that. I'm just going to mention that here for the record, that there was an argument. Incorrect loading screen. As with the incorrect sound effects, a unique loading screen would have been a dead giveaway for MAME. Original Arcade produces a chaotic and semi-randomized mess which has come to be known as a rug pattern, whereas MAME shows a grid of discolored zeros. Again, like the sound effect issue, this matter is avoided in Billy's tapes by simply never showing the loading screen, with the tape beginning with the game already running. While the absence of the loading screen and the audio are not conclusive proof of anything, it's such a shame that these obvious differences, which would have helped settle the matter right away, were somehow left off the tapes. And we're going to get into all the circumstantial evidence in a bit, but this is one sort of sneak peek at the circumstantial evidence. It doesn't prove anything. The lack of loading screen on the tape and the lack of audio, they're not proof of anything, but they definitely, when you're looking at everything, go, yeah, there wasn't an accident that those were excluded. Because MAME, well, as I said, oh, yeah, we have from David, able to capture audio using the 2-bit score, I assume you mean, but yeah, not that hard. Yeah, But again, I haven't seen like a demonstration of that, so I just kind of left it out of this post. In other words, nothing public to really cite, no public claim to cite. Otherwise, and yeah, if since the tapes were MAME, if they'd shown the loading screen, would have been very obvious. Wait a second. So, other technical oddities. A few other irregularities were observed about Billy's tapes, some of which provide us with additional indications of MAME origin. Oh, not with the 2-bit score. Yeah, and audio, I believe Mr. Video does audio, so all this stuff is ultimately doable with various equipment. Let's see, screen orientation. In addition to the different screen transitions, earlier MAME output the wrong orientation from arcade direct feed. In other words, while the output to a standard television was still sideways, older versions of MAME required that TV to be tilted the wrong way compared to genuine arcade output. Billy's first 2 tapes are output in this incorrect fashion. In the dispute, this was acknowledged by Jace Hall as proof that no matter what else, an undisclosed computer had to have processed the video. Billy's 2010 score displayed at Big Bang, seen on the right, was oriented in the correct fashion, but since it shows other MAME signatures, it is likely the error was since caught and corrected with a simple line command in MAME. I actually don't know off the top of my head I don't recall when the orientation was corrected off the top of my head. It was eventually corrected. I think it was much later. I want to keep this image in frame for just a little bit longer. Billy's June 2020 legal filings attempted to address this by way of an orientation assessment written by Billy's latest technician, Neil Hernandez. That filing included the above dual image as an example. Hi, Neil. Hi, Billy. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, they definitely read my work. They definitely read my work. In that write-up, Neil listed a few things which could have possibly caused the vertical output to be flipped, such as internal cables being reversed or the monitor being installed upside down, suggesting that perhaps 2 of these unlikely events happened simultaneously, canceling each other so Billy could play his game right side up, while the direct feed could have been installed between the 2 manufacturing errors. Note, of course, these dual faults would have had to happen on both the different machines Billy used for his 1.047 million and 1.05 million, while neither could have happened for the 1.062 million score, which was recorded right side up. Neil also casually suggested that maybe the engineer at Nintendo changed a bunch of parts on Billy's game board without ever disclosing it, causing the board to work improperly. Again, all this would have had to magically reverse itself for the later score. Who knows, maybe space aliens from the future can also be worked into this somehow. Let's, I guess, I haven't gotten to the bit about, the engineer at Nintendo, so maybe I should rewrite that. Let's see, splice our RCA cord into the audio connector and into the VCR. Yeah, yeah. It's like this is from Neil Hernandez. However, the aforementioned contains glaring issues. It is entirely possible the engineer fixed, refurbished, replaced, added, or subtracted something on the PCB, such as a transistor capacitor chip. That seems very weird. That like here. Just verify my board and make sure it works. Oh, let me replace all the stuff and then just never tell you. We still don't even know that for sure that like a board was sent to Nintendo. Flipping the yoke wires would not change the orientation of a direct feed recording. Ah, interesting. See, that's one thing they're always claiming is, oh, I just flipped the yoke and it would. Well, that's right, because it's after the direct feed. But I guess what they're saying is that some other thing could have flipped it first prior to the direct feed, and then the yoke would flip it back. And so that way it gets flipped twice, so Billy can play right side up, but then the direct feed can maybe be installed between those two. It's quite a story, but I guess that's what they have to go with. Oh, except Billy and Rob Chow said that nothing was changed. Yep. It is a good one, Sir Finkel. Let's see. Yeah, and we'll discuss that all later. I just kind of realized that I never really introduced that here. That's one of the problems of working on this story where I'm just so familiar with all the details. I got to remember that. I got to introduce some of these things to people as I write. Let's see. Gray border. Look at this. Interesting little gray border here around the game. When the original submission tapes were tracked down by Twin Galaxies, TG head custodian Jace Hall noted that the 1.05 million score included a partial gray border, visible only with a VCR capable of showing the overscan area outside the normal television boundary. It would appear to be a digital frame overwritten partially on one side by the actual gameplay window. Let me kind of bookmark it there and see. Gray border, and then this gameplay window goes right up to this border, but seems to overlap on this side, and that's why the border kind of does that thing. The border was not present on Billy's previous submission of 1.047 million. While Billy's longtime technician friend Rob Childs had originally claimed the only piece of equipment involved in the direct feed capture, other than the DK cabinet and the VCR, was a converter produced by 2-Bit Score, this border suggested at the very least a computer capture which was not initially disclosed. Ironically, Billy's defense tries to suggest this gray border is proof someone came along and edited his tapes later, as if someone took the time to draw little MAME signatures over his otherwise valid gameplay. Let's take a look. Yeah, here it is. The fact that Billy Mitchell's 1.05 million performance has borders around it, screaming that it's been put through a editor. and this is my favorite note on these. Yes, that's actually how it was presented. That this jeans and then all these like proofreading notes right on the page. Let's see. And then start replacing parts without telling anyone. Yep, exactly. David said, yeah, let's send a board to get certified by Nintendo just to have them start replacing parts without telling anyone. Yeah. Here's one. So when I moved this over to the site perfectpacman.com, there were a few things I had on the cutting room floor that just didn't quite fit on the version of this post over at Donkey Kong Forum. And this is these next two are ones that I finally got in. Extra credit. Now look, credit 01. That's what you should be looking at right there. Except I have to scroll. Oh, actually, there you go. You can kind of still see it. Extra credit. Another peculiarity of Billy's 1.05 million tape is that it begins with a single credit, which is used to play the game, then ends with another credit, which would have to have been added during Billy's game. This was supposed to be an original unmodified Donkey Kong cabinet, right? Did Billy accidentally reach down and drop a quarter in the coin slot while playing? Did someone sneak up under him just to drop a quarter in for no discernible reason? Most likely, whoever produced the tape on MAME accidentally hit the insert coin hotkey while conducting their save state shenanigans and did not catch the error until the game was complete. And you notice a little bit of tricky language there. I said whoever produced the tape on MAME. We don't, like the tape is definitely MAME, but we don't know for sure that it was actually Billy who produced it. Maybe Rob Childs produced it for him. Maybe Chris Ira, maybe Todd Rogers. Heck, maybe even Brian Koo. Who knows? So I do have to add that qualifier of whoever produced the tape. Billy, of course, claimed it was his, but he claims a lot of things. Phantom Pause. Here's another nice one. Let's see. Yet another oddity about the 1.05 million tape is that the attract mode seems to start out on pause. Normally when the game enters the title screen, the words Donkey Kong are immediately flashing blue and red exactly 24 times before stopping on blue. The copyright text also flashes between two colors, which you see right here. However, on Billy's 1.05 million tape, the title begins on solid blue, then flashes red only 15 times. Obviously, such a pause would be impossible on original arcade, however, it would be simple to pause a playback on MAME and then resume it shortly after starting an external recording. Note that it is possible to disable on-screen notifications in MAME. Someone defending Billy suggested that perhaps this was the result of a VCR playback being unpaused, because you do see this little play thing. However, it was pointed out that pauses on commercial VCRs cause visible distortion, the likes of which are not seen as the words go from solid blue to flashing red. There is a VCR play graphic on screen as the tape starts, but it is present before even the gameplay appears, well before the phantom pause. Now let's hope I'm not wading into bad territory with copyright here, but I think I linked. This is just all right. That's just a standard transition. Here we go. This is the one I want. Oh, that's right. It's well, didn't really want to bring up a regular browser. Let's see if see if I can. Oh, that's not even. That's just a post. Never mind. I'll just move on. If you want to see the example, it is on the TG thread. The example of Billy's, but it starts solid blue and then just flashes red 15 times, which is not what regular Donkey Kong should do. And there's no indication of anything on the screen of like there being a playback. So it's really just they got the recording set up, got it ready, and then just hit unpause on the playback basically. And what is basically being alleged, and sometimes this gets overlooked, is that an entire input file was created over time using whatever method, could be save states, could be something similar, and was eventually just played back and recorded on playback. Now let's see. Anyone could have done it. Seeing someone like myself, just an average player, was able to produce all three of the scores on input files. Yeah, David experimented with it and was able to get all three of these scores. It wouldn't have had to be Billy himself, even just an average player. I mean, I suppose you'd have to be good enough to get past the level 4 springs, otherwise you'd be doing a lot of save stating, but really could have been anyone. Game speed. It has been observed that Billy's tapes run at 30 frames per second rather than the 60 FPS that should be expected from a genuine arcade direct feed. As for overall game speed, Billy's tapes also run a tiny bit slower than genuine Donkey Kong gameplay when paired side by side. For instance, on the King of Kong DVD extras, when paired against Steve Wiebe's tapes, Billy's bonus timer ticks down slightly more slowly. This is most noticeable on the elevator stage, since hammers on other stages can pause the timer, and since the bouncing springs coincide with the timer. The flashing 1-up also desyncs from Wiibe's tape, even though both are started at the same time. And yeah, you can see that. And the King of Kong DVD extras, I think, yeah, there's a YouTube of it. I'm not going to open it up again. I'm trying to not get copyright stuff, but you can see it. Go to this post, perfectpacman.com/evidence. Click on any of these links that you want to see more about. I'm just going to open a few of them that I think will be of interest. Recording in color. Now, this is one I had to do a correction on a little while back. One question that came up during the dispute was whether a full color recording could be produced using the capture setup described by Rob Childs. The signal out from the Donkey Kong cabinet running through the 2-bit score converter was not within tolerance for most VCRs, usually resulting in a semi-monochrome recording. During the original dispute, Carlos Pinero, a volunteer technician assisting Team Billy in researching the case, announced that he was able to produce a color recording using the 2-bit score converter. However, what was not disclosed until much later was that in order to record in color, someone had to press their finger down on the converter chip the entire time of the recording, possibly increasing electrical resistance. Jace Hall rightly considered this a modification of the claimed process used. In later testing, David Race was able to produce a color recording without this added procedure. However, he reported that the color does not match Billy's tapes, quote, as closely as one should expect, end quote. No one has been able to produce a recording with color matching Billy's tapes using the claimed capture process, and here I have my note. A previous iteration of this post incorrectly implied that no color recording of any kind had been produced using a 2-bit score converter, however that was inaccurate. In a later legal filing, Billy's new technician, Neil Hernandez, showed what he claimed was a demonstration of the 2-bit score converter signal displaying in full color on a commercial television. This demonstration was in MAME orientation for some unidentified reason. We're going to take a look at that. Oh, come on. However, the question was never about whether the signal could be shown on a television or monitor, which each of the parties involved in testing were able to do. This was about whether a VHS recording of that signal could match the color, not to mention the clarity and signal stability seen on Billy's tapes, which Neil fails to demonstrate. Team Billy has also claimed that the issue of color recording was solved by replacing old components on the 2-bit score converter board. However, Carlos Pinero was clear that this refurbishment did not make any difference. Circumstantial evidence. So you see what we're getting to next. We're about at the 1 hour mark, and we're getting into the good stuff now. The arcade MAME stuff, it's the more dry aspect of it. I mean, it is the objective evidence that got the resolution to the dispute. But the real fun stuff, the real fireworks is coming up. All the lies and changing stories. The objective nature of the MAME versus arcade evidence was the proverbial smoking gun, proving to the public what many in the Donkey Kong community had already known. However, a number of other items had aroused suspicion over the years. We've already discussed the exclusion of the audio and loading screens, which circumstantially indicate that the misrepresentation of the tapes was deliberate. While none of the following items are as definitive as the MAME evidence, they help illustrate the extent to which this hoax was perpetrated. Here's still from Rob Child's fake board swap video. Fake board swap video. Part of the package of public evidence for Billy's 2010 score included 3 YouTube videos allegedly taken the day of his achievement at Boomers. Unfortunately for Billy, there's no getting around the fact that these videos are poorly staged and misrepresentative. The most egregious of the 3 was the board swap video, depicting Billy's technician friend Rob Child swapping the circuit boards between Billy's games of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. while he talks his way through the procedure. However, both circuit boards shown are of DK Jr., most likely the same board both times, with no original Donkey Kong board present. When this discrepancy was first pointed out, Childs replaced the audio with royalty-free music to cover his own narration in the video. The unedited version was saved and later re-uploaded, but amidst all the legal threats in 2020, both versions were later set to private. When this question was raised during the original dispute, Billy was forced to admit the board swap video was a stunt filmed hours later using what he claims was the same arcade cabinet he had achieved his alleged scores on earlier. However, even this news story was undermined by the fact that none of the crowd control measures Billy describes are seen in those videos, and that there is no indication of any direct feed setup in the arcade cabinet. We have a comment in chat. There's a very specific reason why the 2-bit converter does not produce color from DK hardware, and it's not old components. It's just not a good piece of equipment, is my understanding. I mean, it's good enough to show through a television. If you just want to pop a television on top of the cabinet, it seems to do the trick reasonably well there. And then the signal is not within the narrow tolerance for most VCRs. That's my understanding anyway. I'm not the technical guy, so I don't want to speak out of turn. And now check this out. The problem with these videos, and I'm not trying to inform you technical people of anything. Of course, I'm just saying this for the viewers, stating it for the viewers. The problems with these videos didn't end there. Billy's September 2019 evidence packet included signed statements from both Billy Mitchell and Rob Child saying that the board swap video was done at the conclusion of Donkey Kong Jr., the latter of Billy's 2 claimed world records that day. Billy's statement adds that the DK Jr. score ended sometime around midnight. This would mean the 3rd video would have been filmed late at night, with Billy himself talking about having already broken the records, saying, "It was a little slow getting started, but when the records came, they came." The problem is this video was clearly filmed during the daytime with full daylight pouring in through the exit doors visible behind Rob. Look at that. They don't expect us to believe they all reconvened the next day, all wearing the same clothes as before, all to film a video which, based on the title Moments After Breaking the Donkey Kong Record, they would have to admit was staged anyway. Do they? Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's midnight. Yeah, it's common in Florida for it to be broad daylight in midnight. I mean, granted it was July, so I'm sure the sun was going down around 9 or 10, but yeah. And for anyone who thinks, well, are those really exterior doors? I'm not going to bring up the link because, again, I'm trying to avoid all the, traveling too far across the internet. Oh, that's right, I can't because it's in the dispute thread anyway. But yeah, if you go to this link, if you go to the post and go to this link, and if you have a TG account and can view the dispute thread, there is There are other photos from Boomers, kind of from that angle where this person is over to that direction, which show very much like, yep, those are definitely external doors. That's not just leading. Well, obviously there's the exit signs, but it's not just leading to some other area which happens to be super, super bright for no discernible reason. Definitely exterior doors. There you go. Yeah. Someone in chat. Oh, they weren't in Alaska. Welcome, Mako. Brett Cersei. Oh yeah, we are going to get to Brett Cersei's tweet. One more bit on the board swap. While Billy has attempted to downplay the significance of these videos, relying on a weak variation of "it wasn't my idea, so it doesn't count." Let me bring that up. Here's his actual words. After the performances, Rob Childs, he also misspells the guy's name, just throws an apostrophe in. After the performances, Robert Childs wanted to create a video swapping game boards to get views for his YouTube channel. As his friend, I wanted to help him and complied with his request. This board swap video was his video and only for his use. I never used this video to support my scores and did not submit it to Twin Galaxies as evidence. I've never spoken of it to provide support for my scores. The video is not uploaded to YouTube by me. Claims that I used this video to blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally just, how did I put it? It wasn't my idea, so it doesn't count. The intent to deceive in the videos is clear. The angles being filmed seem chosen to show as little of the surroundings as possible. And I can't show the videos because they have actually gotten them taken down for copyright, the previous uploads. Oh, I mentioned that earlier, yeah. In one video purporting to occur just after Billy achieved his DK Jr. score, Billy quickly backs up to block the arcade cabinet, which should be showing his highest score. Later that same video, a bag is shown which video participants claim contained the newly recorded world record tapes. Carlos Panero recalls being told privately by Todd that the bag actually contained tarantulas Todd had just purchased. I know that might seem weird in isolation, but he is a spider collector of some kind. I don't know. Todd, yeah, Todd Todgers. Even the fake board swap video itself has ironically been cited by Team Billy as proof that there was a Donkey Kong Jr. circuit board present, which Billy could have theoretically played on. This is great. So that they're using, where is it? I think that's the video occurred at Boomers, which is the location, Billy, blah, 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 blah. Here's a link to the video. In this video, all the hardware inside the machine and the Donkey Kong Jr. game board can be seen. From the footage, it is extremely obvious that the board is authentic Nintendo hardware, as the footage can be matched with pictures of another Donkey Kong Jr. board. Yeah, so this is, in their evidence packet, there's kind of a little addendum at the end where they try to salvage the Donkey Kong Jr. record, because we keep talking about the Donkey Kong record. They try to sort of like argue why the DK Jr. record is legit. You can see these comparisons. I haven't gone into that here because, I mean, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, they're basically saying, look, we even did a video from there and you see a DK Jr. board, which proves nothing. Like, the whole crux of all of this is that they just had a board which they brought on site or sent to some guy at Nintendo or something, and then just didn't use that board and just made a score on MAME instead. But, you know, when you're filing baseless lawsuits, you do what you got to do. Oddly, when speaking to Josh Harmon of Electronic Gaming Monthly, both Billy and Rob avoided discussing whether the other two videos were also staged. Do they still intend on cherry-picking minor details from these videos while claiming the overt messaging was somehow unintentional? Yep. That's true. It was remarked in the chat, how did they transfer it from computer to tapes that fast? Because there's, in one of the videos, there's a laptop, which is supposed to be what's capturing the game, and then suddenly they have tapes. It's hilarious, and I guess I'll get to this in a bit, but like they always talk about how there's photos and videos showing the crowd and showing the scene and all that. None of those were ever published. The only thing that got published were these obviously fake staged videos. That's the only thing that they managed to provide to justify their scores. No tapes. An easy way to settle the question of whether or not Billy's tapes are maimed would be to analyze his own personal copies of those tapes. However, conveniently enough, Billy has a stated practice of not keeping any copies of his own record scores. This is occasionally contradicted by Billy's own words, such that he retains a copy of his 1999 Pac-Man score, as well as his ability to send in alternate copies of his tapes when necessary, as we will see an example of later. It's also incongruent with his and his friends Chris Ira's documented practice of maintaining an extensive archive of their video game notes and research. And this links to a file from Joshua Behrman, who was, I believe he was behind some of the footage from King of Kong. He was part of one of the film crews that the King of Kong people eventually bought out, I believe. But he wrote a big profile of Billy and Harper's kind of around the time that King of Kong released, just before. And yeah, they give this lengthy description of retaining all their game research material all the way back to the 80s. Keep extensive documentation, but somehow these world record scores, oh gosh, golly, nope, don't have them. I don't keep them. I just throw them in the trash. Don't even care. Yeah. In a 2019 profile, Josh Harmon of EGM recalled speaking with other arcade competitors who saw Billy's claims of not keeping copies of his scores as, in Harmon's words, extremely unusual. And this is a great article, by the way, Split Screen Man by Josh Harmon. This is one of those items, as a technical note on this, is that I could just say, yeah, it's really weird that he doesn't keep his tapes, but then that's just me asserting that. It's always easier if I can point to somebody else saying, oh, look, this person said it's extremely unusual. This person spoke to arcade competitors who all described it as extremely unusual. And it's sort of a more journalistic way to get it in there. It's not lost on me how unusual that is, just on the face of it. No photos. It is also customary for arcade players, after great gaming achievements, to get a photo of themselves with the cabinet showing their score, or even just of the score itself. However, no such photos exist at the sites of Billy's achievements. In fact, no photos have been published from any bystanders, despite claims that these feats were witnessed by large crowds who cheered and clapped. 2010 in particular was the era of the iPhone, and yet not one person thought to pull out their phone and photograph the occasion, nor to post it to social media. Billy has repeatedly claimed the existence of various photos and videos showing the game and the crowds of onlookers, but none have been published as the staged videos were. The Kong Off. Starting in 2011, several top Donkey Kong competitors were brought together to play in a high-score tournament called the Kong Off. Billy Mitchell, co-star of King of Kong, had been recognized as the on and off record holder over the years, and thus was naturally expected to play. However, his Kong Off performances never resembled his tape submissions, either in gameplay style or in scoring potential, raising yet more suspicion in the DK community. Here's the luck chart that was published early on, and apparently my understanding is that this chart predates the MAME evidence. It was kind of put together, and it was all circumstantial. Wes Copeland acknowledged it as circumstantial. It doesn't prove anything, but it's very eyebrow raising. And once the MAME evidence came out, it was published. Excessive luck. One might ask how the same person who was trailing the pack in live competition was able to produce world records allegedly at the drop of a hat. A careful analysis of Billy's 1.05 million game revealed an astronomical string of luck pertaining to points from blue barrel smashes, with Billy consistently getting values higher than the average. The odds of getting his level of luck related to smash points were calculated to be in the 99.7th percentile. While a world record will always be a statistical outlier, world records by other top players were found to have middling luck with regards to hammer smashes, with the previous record of Robbie Lakeman's being as low as 21st percentile. Billy's strategy, such as it was, would appear to have been getting as many of these smashes as possible, while relying on absurdly lucky yields from these smashes throughout the game. This luck is the kind of feature an emulator could provide, allowing a player to replay a level over and over until the desired outcome is achieved. And Billy said, that the Kong Off was the brainchild of him and Richie Knuckles. Suspicious gameplay. In addition to the absurd luck, Billy's tapes also exhibited suspicious strategies and gameplay, indicating a likely reliance on save state use. In some cases, deaths were needlessly risked deep into a world record run. Let's see if I got it. such as by jumping into an approaching fireball. Okay, we're gonna open this. We're gonna see. Watch this. Look at that. Look at that. Let's do it again. He jumps into that fireball. He just can't wait to get across. One more time. He's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. So ridiculous. Let me back up a little just to show a little more context. So he gets the pie. Now here's the moment where he could just go back down that other ladder and be like, well, all right, I gotta wait till the fireball goes down. But he's like, nope. And this is deep into a world record run. He said, well, I guess it's 370,000 on. It's hard to tell what level this is, but with 3 lives, that's a solid run. It's literally insane to just throw away for what, like gaining 5 seconds on that. Hilarious. Hey, how's it going, Heck? Ooh, yeah, I'll give you a fall back. Zed says, you'd understand these strats if you look down from his paint can throne. I don't think I have the paint can on this post. I need to change that. Let's see. In other cases, strategies were employed which normally risk backfiring, either by death or by loss of points nullifying the strategy's gains, but which rarely backfired for Billy. Normally the climb to the 5th girder directly under Kong, described here as the danger zone, is precarious and requires careful timing due to Kong's tendency to throw wild barrels while the player is on a ladder. However, Billy takes these moments casually, with these needless risks again never backfiring. An unusual strategy is also employed on the rivet boards, with Billy aggressively accumulating hammer smashes in situations most players find too hazardous. As with the luck, these all point to the ability to replay levels at will, nullifying the dangers honest competitors must account for. Note that along with the September 2019 legal threat, Team Billy supplied a gameplay analysis, originally 82 pages, later padded to 85 pages, which was presumably written by the same author of the main evidence packet, who was Billy's son. He doesn't outright identify himself as the author of the evidence packet from September 2019, there's somewhere in there that if you read long enough, you're like, oh, all right, yeah, this is Junior. I think maybe actually he does at some point. I forget. It's like he's like, I William Mitchell Jr. attest to something or other, but there's no byline, there's no explicit identification. He just kind of writes and then says I in his name, which, I mean, I write from first person a lot, so. The point of this analysis was to attempt to undermine the claim that the gameplay seen on the tapes is unusual for world record gameplay. However, on page 35, the author is forced to admit that Billy's strategy on rivet boards was indeed far more aggressive, reckless might be a better word, than other players. As I noted in the dispute thread, this analysis seems to be an exercise in asserting Billy's gameplay is not an aberration while simultaneously explaining why it's an aberration. Now I'm going to, let's see, where's the, I'm going to use this as an example just because it's handy. We're going to go find a rivet board. All right, so for people who don't know Donkey Kong strategy, you got these 8 rivets that kind of go here. Is that showing up on screen yet? And you basically have to cross each of them, and once each of them are cleared, the level clears. That falls down. We see that rivet ramp. If it's arcade, don't see it if it's MAME. And the way the players do it is they get this one. Actually, let me go back to the beginning of the level. Yeah, they get this one. They get this one and this one. This they get last because they get this hammer right here, and that lets them smash some fireballs that might be threatening them here, and then go over here and smash some guys over there. And what that does is now they're on this side, but these are all cleared. So as long as they're to the right of this ladder, the fireballs that respawn will respawn over here, and they're all trapped. That's what you do. You trap them over here, If you're really lucky, you can get all of them, and then they're all trapped over here, and then you're just free to do what you go to town. They literally can't go down from here. It's part of the mechanical rules is they can go up further than you are, but they don't go down further than you are. And then you can leech points off Kong's foot here and such. But what Billy does in his tapes is he purposefully releases them from over here so that they're back here threatening him again. And what Billy Jr. tried to suggest is that, like, well, he's just more aggressive. This is just more aggressive gameplay. But the truth is that would just get you killed in the game. Sure, on boards where that was successful, you would get more points, but you would lose a lot more lives. And over long term, I mean, if you played a lot, you might eventually get a run of a game with 21 rivet boards where it all works out the way you want. But that is a lot of playing, and Billy is way too lazy for that, which is why he cheated. But that is sort of explaining what the argument is over the gameplay on the rivet board, is that honest players play safe strats. They go 1, 2, or they go 1, 2, 3, and then get this with the hammer, trap all these fireballs over here. Occasionally you will see someone take an opportunity to release one, but it's more unusual. At least that's my understanding. I'm not the Donkey Kong gameplay expert. Let's see. Oh yeah, the self-referential Team Billy. Oh yeah, no, that's coming. I got that later, but that is in that document, correct? He's like Austin Powers staying on a 5 in blackjack because he likes to live dangerous. So good one. I like that. Verified without review. One of the 3 elements of a crime, means, motive, and opportunity. This would be the opportunity of the 3 elements of a crime. Billy Mitchell's longtime connections to Twin Galaxies and its founder Walter Day afforded him privileged access to score adjudication. In 2004, while speaking at a New York City event in his capacity as an affiliate of TG, Billy announced that his claimed 1.014 million score was the new world record and the first score of over 1 million points. This came as a surprise to TG staff, who had not received any such submission from Billy. All this despite the fact that Weeby had submitted his million-point game first, and despite the fact that Billy himself would later withdraw his submission after a reason was found to disqualify Weeby's. Again, that's the gummy substance score. In 2006, Weeby's 1.049 million, seen at the end of King of Kong, was subjected to scrutiny over a break in continuity between the gameplay and the filming of the circuit board, whereas Billy's tape was accepted despite showing no peripherals whatsoever. I want to elaborate on that. Basically, it was expected that when you're filming the game with the camera over your shoulder, at the conclusion of your game, you swing around and show the board and the inside of the machine. And the idea is that it has to be continuous, because otherwise, if you just turn off the recording and then show the inside of the machine, well, who's to say that's the machine you used? And there was a break in continuity in Weeby's filming, and that became a controversy which could have resulted in Weeby's score not getting accepted. Whereas Billy's tape, they didn't show any board, they didn't show nothing. And I have spoken to people, and I think the if I remember correctly, the idea that was accepted within TG was, well, we know Billy has a legitimate board, so he doesn't have to film it. They didn't know that Weeby's board was legitimate, but we know Billy has legitimate board, so he doesn't have to film anything because we know he has a legitimate one. Doesn't matter that Billy wasn't playing on that legitimate board, of course. That is where they went wrong. But that was sort of the reasoning that was given for why no sort of external filming was expected with Billy's direct feed. Truthfully, they trusted the wrong person and gave him breaks that should not have been given. Let's see. By the way, oh hey, how's it going, Datagon? By the way, most DK boards I've looked at, including BMs, have a gummy substance. Oh, interesting. Oh, I haven't heard this. That's funny. Lastly, Billy's 1.062 million was accepted by a vote among TG staff, none of whom had actually watched the submission tape. More on the verification of that score and the referees involved below. Had Billy's tapes been subjected to the kind of scrutiny seen in score adjudication today, or even just the proof standards his competitors were held to at that time, Billy would never have had the opportunity to pass these bogus scores off on the trusting community. Hey, how's it going, Wolfman and Clockbot? Greetings. Oh, well, that's Wolf. How's it going, Wolfie? They trusted the hot 20-year-olds that went after Billy. Well, they like a guy who can do a high score on Centipede, I guess. Let's see. The magazine. So here's one. Hmm. This magazine. Now the Donkey Kong. I think the Donkey Kong Jr. score is inaccurate. Yeah, but this was a magazine that came out. Well, let's just see the story. The magazine. This item's a bit odd, but certainly enough to raise an eyebrow. A complete issue of Video Game Collector magazine was available at the Big Bang event in 2010, where Billy's 2 alleged new records on Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. were announced. This magazine featured the new records extensively, including a dedicated cover, although they did get Billy's claimed DK Jr. score wrong. Inside was an interview with Billy alluding to a major feat he had achieved last week to be announced at Ottumwa. The problem is, allegedly, those scores were literally achieved last week. The alleged date of the Boomers score was July 31st, while the date of the announcement on Ottumwa, complete with magazine, was Saturday, August 7th. Even if the achievement was the day before Billy spoke in that interview, that is an incredibly short turnaround on laying out and printing a professional magazine with 7 internal pages and 3 alternate covers dedicated to the Billy Mitchell Steve Wiebe Twin Galaxies theme. The magazine announcement of new world records was also authorized solely by Billy, with TG officials having yet to weigh in on the score's verification status. For whatever it's worth, Video Game Collector magazine was published by Sean Paul Jones, Billy's longtime manager agent. Let's see. Yep. Hi, Sean Jones. I'm Billy Mitchell's manager. Blah, 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 blah. While this magazine is not solid proof of anything, it adds to the notion that Billy's inner circle were aware of his new world record scores before he allegedly achieved them. We're going to revisit that theme again later. Yes. Foreshadowing about foreshadowing. Let's see. Court date, yeah. The trial is tentatively scheduled. The trial in the Billy versus Twin Galaxies suit and the countersuit is tentatively scheduled for March. It's on a Friday for some reason. There's a good chance it gets pushed back, although I don't believe TG wants it pushed back. But Billy's certainly going to try and push it out as much as possible. Let's see. The gummy substance is applied at the factory to glue the clock crystal firmly in place. Thank you, Sock. Let's see. The dispute process. Now, this whole section on the dispute process, I added later. So originally, this post was much smaller on Donkey Kong Forum, and one of the strategies Billy has employed in the legal filings has been to characterize TG's dispute process as somehow incompetent or biased against him. And so I ended up being like, well, all right, I guess I got to add a bunch of stuff about that to the evidence post to clarify that. Let's see, maybe this is why Chris Iris said BM took records back on July 30th instead of July 31st. Yeah, and we're going to get to that as well, yep. We'll get into the bulk of Team Billy's rebuttals in a moment, but for now, let's talk about the TG dispute process. Starting in 2017, Twin Galaxies instituted a system allowing site members to contest standing records on the scoreboard. Dispute verdicts are rendered only by TG administration and only if the evidence against the score meets an exceptionally high burden of proof. And it really is an exceptionally high burden of proof. I mean, oh gosh, excuse me. That was the whole thing with Dragsters. It went on forever, even though everybody was already convinced that Todd Rogers' Dragster score was fake, but it hadn't quite met their burden of proof yet. So and other scores have been allowed to stand because even though there's a lot of shadiness around it, they just decide, well, it's technically possible, so we're not gonna take it down if it's technically possible, which can be a bit frustrating. But in this case, it's Billy's dispute was held to that standard, and the evidence against Billy's scores was that overwhelming. Since Billy's people have been woefully unable to address the objective MAME evidence or to provide a reasonable explanation for why the only ancillary media from these supposed events was completely fake, Billy has instead taken to portraying the Twin Galaxies dispute process as unfair or even biased against him personally. While this is not actually relevant to the question of whether Billy cheated, hence why he likes to focus on it instead of the evidence, it's worth discussing briefly. And here's a little TG post. I'm actually going to get a drink of water right quick, and you can read that on the screen while I'm doing that if you wish to. All this talking. Oh yeah, was it Ben Heck machine? Yeah, that'd be sweet. Run that through some other games. How transparent was the process? While the final verdict was decided by a unanimous vote among TG administrative staff, the process along the way was very open and informative. The dispute discussion was conducted on a public internet thread which anyone with a registered site account could immediately post to. Evidence had to be posted to the public dispute thread to be considered in TG's decision. In other words, TG was not basing their decision on secret evidence withheld from the public. Also important was that any technical assertions had to be replicated and verified by other parties. Someone couldn't just claim to have produced the girder finger on arcade hardware. They had to explain how they did it and show others how to replicate it themselves. Of course, under those terms, nobody stepped up to claim they had done it. TG held a standard that the scores would only be removed if it could be objectively proven the evidence supporting them was not authentic, which is exactly what happened. Note that this is in contrast to other Twin Galaxies score disputes, most notably the infamous Todd Rogers dragster dispute, which was allowed to drag on long after Todd's record was proven impossible. For all of Billy's complaints of unfair treatment, his dispute was the most thoroughly examined and the most professionally administered. He was found guilty because the evidence was conclusive. Was Billy allowed to present a defense? The position of Twin Galaxies was that Billy's presence was not required, as his scores would only be removed if it could be proven conclusively that the evidence used to authenticate them in the first place, in this case the actual videotapes, were proven to be falsified. That said, Billy was still allowed to submit anything he wanted in his defense as long as he or an associate of his posted it to the public dispute thread so it could be evaluated by the community. Despite the fact that dispute participants were happy to repost any relevant material they found into the TG thread, including off-site material that was intended to help Billy, Billy later complained that the requirement to post evidence to a public forum somehow worked against him in some unspecified way. Let's see. There was no unfair treatment. He was given every chance to post in the dispute, but instead let Joel West run his mouth off. Yeah. Did Twin Galaxies suppress evidence in Billy's favor? Given that the evidence was collected in a public internet thread being watched at all hours of the day and night by various interested parties, which any registered user could immediately add to without preemptive moderation, it would have been very hard for Jace Hall to suppress Billy favorable evidence without people seeing it. And that was what I discovered at the time was, thank you for the follows, Mako, Datagod, and Clockbot. Let's see. Follow you back. And I don't have any sort of follow notifications or anything going that would get in the way of this anyway. I ended up during the dispute registering an account, I think to send someone a private message, and I just discovered that, it was very easy to set up an account. And I did one post in the original dispute thread, and it just went live and went public. I even checked like incognito, like, yep, it's just up. No preemptive anything. So, was Twin Galaxies looking for a reason to remove Billy's scores? The score dispute gained widespread attention with the publication of the main evidence in February 2018. However, the dispute was actually opened in August 2017, strictly on the basis that the corroborating board swap video was faked. The dispute then sat open for nearly half a year with no action by TG administration. If Twin Galaxies was out to defame Billy, they certainly were in no hurry to do so. And the dispute was open in late August, and it just sat there. It was like, hey, this board swap video that was sort of used to publicly corroborate the score was super fake, but that didn't meet TG's burden of evidence, so it just got ignored. Those guys, yeah. Oh. I'm the sizzle and the steak. Yeah, that's right. Joe would say, saying lawyers were the steak, but legal aids did all the work. I think. Well, yeah. I haven't thought about that in a while. The sizzle mistake. I kind of wonder how he would, because he passed away, I think in 2018. How he would feel about Billy disavowing him now. We'll get a little more into Joel West's situation later. If anybody has any questions about anything we're talking about, feel free to put them in the chat. Otherwise, I will just keep going. Did Twin Galaxies move the goalposts? During a presentation at Southern Fried Gaming Expo in 2018, Billy gave an elaborate description of how Twin Galaxies allegedly moved the goalposts. In reality, the dispute goalposts never moved. Some elements of technical analysis were explored and later abandoned, such as some unusual behavior of the flashing 1-up, which was deemed inconclusive. However, the core of the dispute never changed. The goal was always to see if genuine arcade hardware could be used to produce the MAME screens or MAME signatures seen on Billy's tapes, whether through the converter they claimed to have used or through any means. No such method was ever found by anyone on any side. Billy would not disavow Joel if he were alive. Him, Walter, and Billy were a very tight trio. Yeah, but then that, yeah, and it's hard to say, like, would Joel have eventually figured out that the evidence was true? I mean, who knows? But that certainly would have been, if he had, that certainly would have been a point of friction among them. What brought the dispute to a conclusion? During the course of the dispute, Billy had a small team of friends and volunteers working to establish the legitimacy of his submission tapes, which he was simultaneously claiming weren't his tapes after all. More on that below. Among them was Carlos Pinero, a former GameWorks technician. At the time, Pinero believed Billy and sought to produce evidence to exonerate him. However, Pinero's work with an actual Donkey Kong cabinet still produced screen transitions consistent with established arcade transitions and not consistent with the transitions seen on Billy's tapes. Eventually, Billy's own volunteer technician was forced to conclude the tapes could not have originated from authentic Donkey Kong hardware. Twin Galaxies and interested third party Chris Gleed also each did tests on Donkey Kong arcade equipment to verify the dispute assertions, receiving the same results. Since Pinero was Billy's representative, his conclusion, posted 2 days prior to the verdict, featured prominently in Twin Galaxies' decision announcement. And here you see a clip from Carlos's conclusion. His conclusion is that the game tapes were not generated from a genuine Nintendo Donkey Kong PCB. And I remember I was following this in the background as the thread was going on, and that was quite shocking to see that when that came up. Yeah, like, oh crap! Because prior to then, Carlos just seemed to be just kind of saying whatever he could to defend Billy. It felt like, and it just seemed like, oh, they're gonna say something, even if they have no evidence. They're just gonna say, oh well, we definitely think that it's still arcade. And then suddenly this came, and it was like, whoa, that is it. Let's see. Someone in chat saying that Joel knew Billy cheated. He cared more about image and appearance than the truth. He was my best friend for 5 years. I know him inside and out. Yeah. The Carlos Pinero story does get more complicated a year later when he was coerced into signing a brief statement retracting his conclusion. However, Carlos later explained the statement was not presented in good faith. After hours of contention, Carlos signed the statement despite his objections and misgivings. In a misguided attempt to exempt himself from any potential lawsuit, which he says Billy was actively threatening him with, and under the belief that the statement would never be made public. When that statement was immediately made public without his consent, Carlos met with his lawyer and with Billy. Once again, under threat of legal reprisal, Carlos signed a second modified statement, which he also now disavows. Carlos has since clarified, including in later court filings, that he does, in fact, stand behind his original conclusion. Billy is also now claiming Carlos never represented him in the first place, but as we show below, that's another lie. Valid questions. Before we get to Billy's rebuttals and deflections, let's address a few legitimate questions a curious bystander might have about the case. This is sort of the last, a little boilerplate section, standard section. Not a lot of spicy stuff in here. It's just sort of addressing valid questions people might have. Things that always come up whenever you're trying to talk about this case with somebody who hasn't really researched it, doesn't really know the ins and outs. You get a lot of these questions a lot of the time. Why do some of the transition screens appear inconclusive? One might wonder if Billy's tapes originated from MAME, shouldn't all the screen transitions be definitively from MAME? On the contrary, there are many reasons why a given screen transition chosen at random from either arcade or MAME gameplay would appear inconclusive to the untrained eye. For starters, some formats and platforms, including YouTube, employ video compression, which can blend different frames together in unique ways. Different pieces of equipment can also be operating at different frequencies, how many times they act per second, resulting in additional lost or mingled frames. Hey, how's it going, Ripton? Yeah, for real. And here's an example that I took from Tanner's recent analysis. I used to use a different example here, but got to add this instead. The most discussed form of distortion comes from a phenomenon called rolling shutter, where pieces of different frames are captured together in one sweep of the camera. Above you see an example of a screen recorded from Genuine Arcade, wherein the camera caught the monitor partway through different drawing cycles, blending 3 frames together. Even garbled as it is, that gameplay can be identified as originating from Arcade due to the remnants of the 5 girder screen along the right side, which MAME cannot produce. Rolling shutter is introduced anytime an external camera is aimed at a television or monitor, as was the case for early leaked copies of Billy's tapes available on YouTube, as well as some misguided attempts to examine the dispute claims. However, rolling shutter should not affect true direct feed captures, where the capture device receives the signal without an external camera lens as an intermediary. And I didn't go into explaining rolling shutter too much, but if you ever film something, it's basically when you're filming something that's moving as fast or faster than the camera itself is moving. So, like an example would be a wheel. You can, I forget what wheels do when you film them, but like airplane propellers, they get really, really weird and distorted. They just look very. And it's the same principle when you're recording something that's happening on a TV or monitor, because even though the image may appear static or slowly moving, it's this whole business with electrons hitting the phosphors on the screen, and it's all moving super fast. And so when you do that, you get distortions, especially when one screen changes to another. Here's an example, a visual example of what we're about to discuss, which is vertical screen tearing. Tanner Falcon's analysis examines both rolling shutter and a form of vertical screen tearing present on Billy's tapes, as seen above. This screen tearing results from the MAME program and the computer running that program operating at different refresh rates, and is only visible because MAME's Wait VSync option was not enabled. Unlike the distortions introduced through external recording or video compression, this form of screen tearing is not possible on direct feed from original unmodified arcade hardware, which uses a single refresh rate. Vertical tearing on arcade could be possible with a capture using an additional frame buffer, but the 2-bit score converter lacks such a frame buffer. Note once again, the above combined frame can be identified as originating from MAME due to the right portion matching the MAME 3 girder screen. You see that? The 1 girder, 2 girder, and then this third one all the way. You even get just a tiny little bit of finger there. Experts can often tease apart how these different distortions affect one another in the original images, but without that expertise, the garbled mess can appear indecipherable. While many of the transitions on Billy's tapes appear inconclusive due to these distortions, many others are precisely consistent with identified MAME screens, and none are indicative of arcade origin. In other words, while the girder finger makes many appearances throughout Billy's tapes, none of the blended screens on those tapes include the 5 partial girder screen from original arcade. Sockmaster saying you get time distortions. The top of the image shows an earlier point in time than the bottom. Yep. And I have been told by experts that none of the garbled screens are really inconclusive. None of the transition screens are really inconclusive. If you really know what's going on, you can look at it and say, okay, this is this screen and this screen blended in such a way with this method. Since I'm not the technical person, I'm just kind of glossing over that, saying experts can often tease apart how these distortions affect one another, even though without that expertise, the garbled mess can appear indecipherable. Here's a big one that gets asked a lot. Let's see. In the case of DK, the top of the screen is the side of the image. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so rolling shutter normally goes from top to bottom, and that's when you see examples of propellers being filmed. In fact, I'm not going to bring it open, but I think, yeah, this video goes to Matt Parker video on Rolling Shutter, and he shows how it's top to bottom. But since Donkey Kong is tilted on its side, that's why the rolling shutter effect affects the side. It goes left to right instead of top to bottom. Here's one that gets asked all the time, always having to explain this one, and I want to make sure to explain this one because there are legitimate competitors on MAME who don't appreciate that MAME, through the scandal, has been associated with cheating when it is not cheating. Isn't MAME legal? For many years, emulators like MAME have been legal in competition. Some score tracking organizations like Twin Galaxies have separate leaderboards for emulation, while Donkey Kong Forum lists MAME and arcade scores together. Some players consider scores done on original hardware as carrying higher prestige. Thus, even if Billy's MAME scores were otherwise genuine in terms of actual gameplay, the act of passing them off as original arcade would still be cheating by claiming an added accolade Billy didn't earn. In other words, it's super special. Some people consider it super special to get the score on arcade and on a MAME, even though the world record has been on MAME on occasion. Dean Saglio most famously did it that way. And thus, even though it doesn't necessarily raise your standing on the leaderboard, passing MAME off as arcade is sort of giving it that extra bit of, would be giving that extra prestige. Even if there was no other chicanery, even if the gameplay was totally legitimate, which in Billy's case, the gameplay was very much not legitimate. But let's continue. However, in the eyes of much of the competitive Donkey Kong community, the difference between MAME and arcade is largely a matter of personal preference. What aren't a matter of preference, however, are the strict protocols involved in verifying emulator scores due to the myriad ways emulators can be manipulated and abused. Only certain versions of MAME are allowed, and input files must be sent as part of the evidence package. The exact version of MAME used must also be disclosed. One cannot simply move Billy's scores over to the MAME leaderboard, as some of his defenders have suggested. And you'll see a theme as we go along is whenever I refer to some of Billy's defenders suggesting things, that's usually code for this guy. Goes by the name Triforce. He likes to throw random wild stuff at the wall, and yeah, I don't think I name him anywhere in this document, but his videos get linked. I think, yeah, that's definitely a Triforce video. There is no resolving or verifying a score recorded via playback achieved on an unknown version of MAME with many red flags and no supporting evidence, which the submitter insists was never done on MAME in the first place. So there's your answer. There's no moving Billy's scores over to the MAME leaderboard or just, well, okay, so we played on MAME. What's the big deal? But isn't Billy a good player? I'm not normally in the habit of praising cheaters, but sure, Billy is good at Donkey Kong. The point of the dispute was not to assess whether Billy Mitchell was a talented player. The point was to assess whether he cheated, which he did. There is a misconception that only bad players cheat. Therefore, if someone cheats, it must be because they're bad at the game. In truth, there are many reasons players cheat. Lance Armstrong and Mark McGwire were certainly good at their sports, but they still cheated. Everyone who ever cheated in the Olympics was a world-class athlete. Indeed, in some cases, it's the most talented players who have the most motivation to cheat and who also possess the knowledge necessary to avoid detection. Sometimes great players cheat because being great isn't enough to them. They can only accept being seen as the very best. Other times, competitors cheat because they aren't willing to put in the necessary work and make the necessary sacrifices for legitimate records. What gives one player the right to skip the months of score grinding fairly required of their competitors? While the early days of competitive video gaming were a wild west of myths and lies, I struggle to imagine a modern-day scoreboard that operates on the basis that someone need only show they're very good at a game before they can lay claim to any current and historical achievements they want. A few comments here, yeah. Were MAME scores even accepted during the 2006-ish era? I don't believe so. That's a good question, though. And I think a lot of it is there was general hostility to emulators from the old guard. I know there was some bit of emulation scores on our Atari 2600 because there was this big controversy about a leaderboard split between Atari and emulation, which was part of what led Robert Merchek to leave. So I know there was some emulation scores accepted on some level, but I'm not sure that applied to arcade because that community was a lot more. It was the old guard. It was the Billy people. There's one of these clips where Billy just says those guys who play MAME don't count. Oh yeah, it's I think that's it. I'm not gonna pull it up because I think that's it's one of Triforce's videos. But Billy's listing scores. He's like, those guys who play MAME don't count, and those were the kind of people who were deciding whether MAME scores would be accepted. Oh yeah, as far as Billy, yeah, Robbie Lakeman had to train him to get over 1 million. It doesn't surprise me. This is from Zed. Oh ye gods, my score is ruined. But what if I were to Frankenstein together a bunch of dumb and risky gameplay in MAME and disguise it as my own doing? Delightfully devilish, Billy Mitchell. This line of argument is an attempt by Billy and the supporters to reframe the question away from the objective examination of evidence and toward a more subjective and malleable question of talent. Instead of asking, did Billy lie and fabricate evidence to put a claimed score on the scoreboard? Billy wants us to ask, why would Billy cheat if he's good enough that he wouldn't have to? The answer to that question is that the cheating simply is proven. Perhaps as indicated by the bizarre gameplay on his tapes, he didn't know how to score 1 million at the time without chicanery. Perhaps he knew the secrets but was unable to consistently execute on them. Maybe he was simply impatient and unwilling to dedicate the time and focus required to grind out a valid score. Or maybe in the case of his first 2 tapes, he had his eyes on the mantle of first player to score 1 million at Donkey Kong and didn't want to leave the matter up to chance. Similarly, Billy had an expressed interest in holding the Donkey Kong record when the film King of Kong was released in 2007. His 2010 DK and DK Jr. tapes also featured prominently in his induction into Walter Day's new Video Game Hall of Fame. There are many possible motives here explaining both why Billy would cheat and why he would do so at those specific times. Only Billy can describe his true motivation for choosing to cheat. All we have to do is show that he did. And here's an image that was originally tweeted out by Triforce and then retweeted by Billy. And we'll get to this in a moment. Let's see. But didn't Billy recreate all his contested scores? This is another one that gets thrown around a lot. Well, he redid the scores. Denise just settles that. Well, no. This is a more specific variation of the last item, so all the general arguments there still apply. But there are more problems with this claim. The first most obvious one is that none of his scores were recreated no matter how many times Billy and his supporters say otherwise. Yes, since the 2018 dispute, Billy has streamed games on Twitch, which appear to be genuine, and yes, he has scored over 1 million a few times. But his recreated scores leave a lot to be desired. He never attempted to recreate the 1.014 million score. He overshot the 1.047 million score by 300 points due to a stray fireball. An untimely death caused the 1.05 million attempt to come up 100 points short, and after 2 years of attempts, he didn't even bother recreating the 1.062 million score, simply skipping past it when he finally had the opportunity. But that didn't stop Billy from tweeting out the above image as commemoration for having quote-unquote matched the 1,050,200 score. Yeah, see? And scoring over 1 million on Donkey Kong is certainly no easy feat. So one might say, well, it's close enough. Except Billy himself, this is the key about this. Billy himself is out bragging about how he supposedly showed up his detractors by hitting his contested scores, in his own words, exactly on the head. He says this over and over in interviews. Oh, I matched those scores exactly on the head. Such a lie. It's so easily disproven. But in these interviews, he's talking to people who are just lapping it up and just taking him at his word. Like, yeah, all right, that's great. Good to hear, man. In one interview, Billy goes so far as to say one of these attempted redos was at the exact same location as before, which is untrue, while also spinning complete fiction about a new score done in Indianapolis. Here, I'm going to open this one up. This one's good. If these scores supposedly vindicate Billy the way he claims they do, then why would he need to tack on excessive lies about them and how they were achieved? At what point must one accept that this guy will just lie to your face about anything? Okay, let's... Here, let me check the chat. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As if lying about his contested scores exactly on the head wasn't enough, at 34:30 in an interview with The Lab, linked later below, Billy starts spinning complete fiction about one of these scores done in Indianapolis. And here's Billy's quote. So I went there and I'm playing, and there it is. I'm pounding away, and I said to somebody, I go, don't let me go over 1,047,000. Why not? You got all these extra guys and extra boards. I go, no, promise. Okay. She says she's calling the scores as we get close. And I get 1,047,000, and he makes a noise, and I killed it. And it was, what are you doing? Because I killed it on that exact score, even though there's, points to be made, men to be had, boards, and I killed it because I wanted to be arrogant, and I was. It seems Billy counts on people simply not fact-checking his claims against the video, which he himself uploaded to YouTube. You can literally watch it. First, the conversation Billy describes is never heard. Second, I'm not sure when this "you got all these extra guys" remark was supposed to have happened, since Billy went down to one life in reserve at score 501,000 and started his final life at score 790,400. Third, as Billy played the final rivet board, nobody in the video seemed to be asking, what are you doing? Nobody there was confused about the fact that Billy was just continuing to play normally. Lastly, a stray fireball forced Billy to end that board early, overshooting his target by 300. The next board was the kill screen, where the game automatically ends. There were no boards or men to be had. Everything Billy said about killing off his game early because I wanted to be arrogant is his own fantasy he made up to sound cool. Once again, just in case you think you misheard, here are Billy's own words from a sparsely attended panel with Ben Gold at Retropalooza in 2019. Then I went to a major event in Indianapolis, and I matched the high score I had that they were crying about, and I killed it on the high score. I didn't even go higher, just to be arrogant, Then I went to another event, and I got another score that they were questioning, and I killed it at that score. I could have went higher, just to be arrogant. If this guy's willing to spin tall tales and tell bald-faced lies about things which are so easily and openly verifiable, just imagine what he's willing to say about events for which evidence is hard to find. And this last passage is from the Video Game Fraud of the Century, .1, which basically means part 1 of a 9-part series examining Billy's claims about Pac-Man in 1999 and his trip to the Tokyo Game Show and his claimed title of Video Game Fraud of the Century. He is the Video Game Fraud of the Century. He claims the title of Video Game Player of the Century, which is just something he made up. Walter Day, so the basic of the story is that Walter Day named him Player of the Century, just Player of the Century, and then Billy ended up tacking Video Game on later because he just thought it sounded cooler. Anyway, getting back to, let me check the chat. Hey, how's it going, Variate? Yeah, exactly, yep. Speed Gamer, one of the best, told me a few weeks ago that all you have to do is splice meme together for a high score on arcade records. Kind of sad that people think that. Yeah. And this, unfortunately, this whole Billy cheating situation just kind of instills, unfortunately, and I've once this was pointed out to me by a top MAME player, I've made sure to watch my language in regards to discussing MAME, because MAME is a 100% legitimate platform. Yes, it is possible to cheat with it, even with precautions, but it's also, our arcade isn't necessarily going to be perfect either. MAME scores are legitimate. They are, they need to be recognized and respected. It is a legitimate platform. Lie your face about anything. That was where I stopped. But this is about more than just misrepresenting approximate recreations as exact. The original scores were meant to be demonstrations of overwhelming prowess, including the ability to hit exact scores on demand. such as getting exactly 100,000 more than Steve Wiebe before flippantly killing off his multiple remaining lives, something which actual game luck has prevented him from so effortlessly doing. It should also be pointed out that, unsurprisingly, the gameplay Billy uses for these million point scores now is significantly different than in Billy's MAME submissions, relying on proven strategies and newer, more advanced knowledge of the game, rather than the hope of getting absurd luck and never dying in live arcade play. Hey, how's it going, Prow? Yeah, amazing. He will, just give him a moment. Let's see. And yeah, it's he wants. Well, here I'll move on. So I will scroll back up to this in a moment after I read the next section. But the biggest indictment of this claim has to do with something called score pace. Think of score pace like timing splits for a speedrunner. A comparison of Billy's 1.092 million score of June 2020 to his contested 1.05 million, 1.062 million scores of yesteryear shows the old scores to be significantly ahead going into level 21. His 2007 tape was 5,200 points ahead at that point, and his 2010 score from the footage seen at Big Bang was 29,600 points ahead. Of course, Billy killed those scores off almost immediately, wasting multiple lives in both times, with neither of those games even passing the first board of level 21. Whereas in his 2020 score, Billy kept playing through to the kill screen. The only way in which Billy has recreated his contested performances is in attempting to arrive at the same final score, regardless of how he got there or how long it took, and he couldn't even do that right. Now let's see. So here's a little chart I made. Actually, let's let me zoom it down just a little bit. So these are the cheated scores, and this one was crazy ahead. This was insane, and this was let's just discount these because I mean they're definitely behind the pack. But this one is sort of his best live Twitch score, and even this game, which was had a significantly lower final score, was well ahead of that. If he had just played it reasonably, he would have gotten, if it was legitimate gameplay, if it had been legitimate gameplay, he would have gotten much higher than this. He got to level 21 with 2 lives on each of them. Here I put 1 life discarded. Really, if you watch, he played 1 life out pretty far, pretty low on the timer, and eventually hit the score he wanted and discarded it. So I put 1, but you could argue that it's 2. This one was just straight up 2 lives discarded. He got to level 21, and this was the score at the end of the previous rivet board. So he had a whole another level to go, and this really shows kind of how he's misleading, and he knows what he's doing. He knows about score pace. He knows how he's misleading people. But these 2 scores were still way impressive than this one, even though he wants you to look at this column, the final score, without asking, what it took to get there. And you see the last board reached here. He killed both those on 21-1. This one he had to get to 21-5, and both of these he had to go all the way to the kill screen to get the score. And one other note about all this, so we have the full gameplay of Billy's cheated 1.047 million, 1.05 million. We have limited sources relating to the other 2. We have limited footage from this one, and from the other one, which we discussed earlier, the 1.014 million. We don't have any video footage from it, but we do have a complete score analysis written by Robert Murchek when he was adjudicating it. And because of that analysis and because of this limited footage, we know what score Billy was at the start of level 21 both times. So that's kind of the one data point that we can compare all 4 of these scores against each other. I didn't list it in here because we just, the 1.014 million score just kind of gets left off because it wasn't really part of the dispute because there's no video to examine. It was almost certainly MAME because it was an early direct feed, and they didn't even, all the later direct feed scores were cheated. But it's kind of interesting that we do have 1 data point to compare those 4. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, Buck Owens. I don't have any notifications set up right now. But Let's see. And yet, even if you set all of that aside, let me zoom back in. I want to make sure this is nice and visible on a little Twitch or YouTube screen. It's nice and big for me here, but and yet, even if you set all that aside, this distraction still has no bearing on the case that was presented. Only casual observers were suggesting Billy could refute cheating allegations by playing to those scores today. The inability to recreate the score was never an expectation of the score dispute, no matter what Billy says. Again, there are several reasons why a competitor could choose to cheat. The dispute was strictly about determining whether Billy had cheated, which he absolutely did. And here we have a little graphic from the Twin Galaxies website. Activities that can get you banned for life. Deliberate cheating of any kind. Also, possibly submitting a video performance as not their own. We don't know who did the meme thing. I think the other agenda-based collusion that attempts to manipulate a submission vote outcome. You could argue that happened with the Boomer score. Why did Twin Galaxies remove all of Billy's scores, even Pac-Man? When it comes to striking cheaters from any scoreboard, there are two schools of thought. One approach is to try to remove only the bogus scores while preserving any valid ones for the historical record. For instance, when Donkey Kong Forum removed Billy's cheated scores, they reverted his best score to 933,900, which was achieved live at Midwest Gaming Classic in 2004. Donkey Kong Forum is organized by experts in the Donkey Kong arcade franchise, and they felt confident the 2004 score was historically legitimate. The other approach taken by many leaderboards is to simply remove all of the cheaters' scores entirely. This achieves a few things. It reduces the number of bogus scores from known liars that are allowed to stand simply because there's not enough proof against those particular scores. It saves the moderators time and energy trying to tease apart which of a cheater's runs are valid and which are not. And it serves as a penalty to discourage cheating. The current iteration of Twin Galaxies has for years had a policy that deliberate cheating warrants a lifetime ban, and Billy Mitchell has not been the only player to see all their scores removed on the basis of cheating. Let's see if Matthew Felix. He's legitimate. He was the person who opened the dispute. If you see Michael Damiani later in that thread, is the person whose score was contested. This is obviously Todd Rogers Dragster, and this one is it's a link to the TG thread. Oh, must be that's right. They're not coming up in incognito mode, and I don't want to switch over to regular mode, but there's discussion in the dispute thread about previous players who were banned for cheating and had all the, not just banned from future submissions, but had all their old scores removed. While striking potentially valid runs can be considered anti-historical in a sense, the same could be said of banning a player from future submissions. A line simply has to be drawn somewhere for the sake of scoreboard integrity, lest a cheater continue to submit bogus runs in the hope some of them cannot be proven illegitimate. And in drawing such a line, there is no reason to give proven cheaters the benefit of the doubt. Trust is critical, and if someone has shown themselves capable of falsifying a submission without the offender's contrition, there is no reason to believe that any of their other submissions, also based on trust, are not also falsified in some way. Moral of the story, if you don't want your scores removed, don't cheat. And this is kind of one of the points that a lot of people I think they don't understand because they haven't really thought it out. Well, just remove just those scores. You don't have to remove the others. And it's like, well, okay, that creates a situation where people are incentivized to keep cheating because some of them will get through. It's like there was something in GoldenEye. I forget all the details, but somebody was busted for cheating because a clip at the end of the frigate level showed the wrong gun. He spliced a successful ending onto an unsuccessful run, and they were able to figure it because he had a PP7, and then it goes to the ending, and Bond has a what was it, the bigger gun? I forget what it was called in that level, and that was how they're able to prove the discontinuity. And without that, all the other scores from that person appeared legitimate. And if they went and said, oh, well, okay, so this one was definitely for sure cheated. We'll remove this one, but we're only going to remove this one. That's to me, that's laughable. And really, yeah. When you think it through for a moment, you're like, oh, all right. Like if you're in the chair if you're in the chair directing this stuff, then you start to realize like, oh, okay, I get it. I see the problems inherent with that approach. But when someone's just a casual observer, sure, it's easy to say, oh, well, okay, you didn't have to take down all the scores. They're not really paying attention to the consequences. Here's a big one. Why did Guinness reinstate Billy's scores? Why indeed? The evidence to substantiate the scores was proven fraudulent. The corroborating evidence was also staged. Witnesses were caught demonstrably lying. We'll get to that below. And the only competitive gaming scoreboard who still recognized his scores, a longtime partner with Guinness, disqualified him and no longer recognized his claims. So why did Guinness choose to ignore all that and forge their own path? Obviously, we can't read the minds of anyone at Guinness, but we can look at the available facts. In Billy's own court filings, he asserted that A, Guinness was supplied with evidence only under threat of lawsuit if they didn't arrive at Billy's preferred decision, and B, Guinness was supplied with the same September 2019 evidence packet that was supplied to Twin Galaxies, which TG chose to publish in the dispute thread. So in other words, Billy himself is saying that they didn't send any word to Guinness until it was time to issue legal threats. And when they did, it was, you better reinstate my scores or else. In stark contrast to TG's open dispute process and evidence collection, Guinness didn't highlight specific pieces of evidence, nor did it elaborate on how it reconciled vague witness statements with the evidence proving the submission tapes could not have been produced from a genuine arcade cabinet. No indication was given that Guinness did any sort of tests on actual Donkey Kong hardware, much less ones rivaling the exhaustive and competent tests publicly documented by multiple parties in the TG dispute thread. And yes, each of those are links to some of that testing. Here's something notable. Guinness also didn't seek out any dispute participants, including the knowledgeable author of this lengthy post for rebuttal to Billy's claims in the evidence packet, some of which were blatant and provable lies, and many others of which are easily addressed. So let me, since I have this here. Now, to be clear, I'm not anyone special. I'm just some schmuck on the internet who started researching this and writing about it. But in April of 2019, I posted sort of the first version of this, which was a lot more. There are images that aren't captured on Wayback Machine. It was a lot shorter, and it was very to the point because the legal threats and all the legal filings and declarations and stuff weren't out yet. So there was a lot less material to cover. But this was public. This was public when Billy issued his legal threat. Guinness could have just said, well, okay, let's see if we can, research this case and see more. Oh, look, this guy seems to know a lot about. This anniversary gives us a chance to beat this dead horse one more time. This guy seems to know a lot about this case. Let's ask him about this evidence. Nope, they didn't ask me. To be clear, I've checked, they did not reach out to Jeremy Young, who published the MAME evidence. They did not reach out to J.C. Harris, who owned Donkey Kong Forum. There's no one representing the case against Billy was sought for input into their decision. I miss how short this post was. This was nice. Now it's super long. In contrast, Billy describes having back and forth communication with Guinness for months, which, if true, would make Billy and his allies the only parties Guinness contacted in their investigation. Naturally, in his legal briefs, Billy's lawyers talk up Guinness' supposedly superior investigative powers while disparaging Twin Galaxies' dispute process, when in reality, the latter was infinitely more thorough and transparent. And on this point of how thorough Twin Galaxies was, I didn't mention this earlier during the bit about the dispute process. I was talking to somebody recently who pointed out that this is the most thoroughly researched video game controversy, certainly the most thoroughly researched high score or speedrunning controversy ever, and it's not even close. I think the Todd Rogers dispute at the time was the most thoroughly examined score of all time, and this dwarfs it by like orders of magnitude, like at least threefold. It is insane just how thorough the research and investigation into the score has been. And all we got from Guinness is, I don't know. I guess we're just going to reinstate him because we don't know. It's possible Guinness simply deferred to the judgment of former TG owner Walter Day, who has worked with Guinness going back to the 80s. Day still stands behind Billy, who happens to be his longtime friend and business partner, even being nice enough to lie to the court on his behalf. It's possible they caved simply because they didn't want to be sued. It's possible Guinness decided Billy would be a better friend than Jace. Or it's possible Billy simply paid for Guinness recognition, a not uncommon practice. And that's basically their business model, is you just pay for recognition for things. There's some nominal procedure because they want to maintain an appearance of legitimacy. So they'll send someone out and be like, no, you really got to show me that you've done this thing. But there's still underlying practices. You pay them for recognition. It also could have been the result of Guinness's natural affinity for narcissistic con men, and this links to a John Oliver segment about some despot somewhere who was obsessed with Guinness World Records. You know the episode if you've seen it. But the decision was certainly not on the basis that Billy's evidence was that compelling, not unless the people at Guinness really are that gullible. And who knows, maybe they are that gullible. Also disturbing is that Guinness coordinated their announcement with Billy and may have even assisted in his attempts to sue a gaming scorekeeper, but that's a whole nother story. Did you just say that's a whole nother story? Well, let's check it out. Why Speedrun.com should disassociate themselves from Guinness World Records, posted by some joker named Ursat's Cats. Anyway, I mean, I don't want to take undue credit, but let's just say that sometime after that. Oh yeah. So the reinstatement was announced, and then basically Billy immediately started including it in his legal filing, and that's what this edit to add is, and basically saying, well, Guinness saw the same evidence and they're reinstated me, so TG, they're just being unreasonable and negligent, because if they were responsible like Guinness and their superior investigative powers, they would have reinstated me as well. That's basically what he's saying in his legal filings. And what I was about to say earlier, don't want to take undue credit because I'm appreciative of the moderators of Speedrun.com doing what they did, but they did ultimately make a choice not to renew an existing relationship with Guinness. They had an existing thing going where, like, if you get very wacky speedrun records on certain things, then you could get in Guinness for those. And that was sort of a timed collaboration. And when it expired, they just didn't renew it. And you know what? Awesome. Thank you. Good for them. Rebuttals. As these things go, there were many attempts to shift the discussion into something other than a look at the objective evidence or to get people to buy into unsubstantiated claims. Note the following bolded headlines are paraphrases and not direct quotes. And I want to reiterate that anytime you see one of these headlines, that's just me paraphrasing just for simplicity. That's not a direct quote. I think actually this might be a direct quote. There were witnesses, but I'm not quoting in that context. Let me say, this point right here between Guinness and the rebuttals, this is the halfway point, halftime. I was initially thinking that I might take a quick break and get a water at halftime, but I'm feeling good, so I'm just going to keep going. Okay, there were witnesses. Out of all of Billy's lackluster rebuttals, the first and most important to address are the first-hand witnesses, both real and imaginary. Since witnesses are the only thing Billy really has going for him, his approach has been to promote them above everything else. In his SFGE presentation, Mr. Mitchell dismissed the prospect of scientific evidence, declaring both sides always have scientific. It always comes down to eyewitness testimony. He left out the word evidence, I guess. This was a rhetorical trick to mask the fact that he does not, in fact, have any compelling scientific evidence on his behalf of any kind. Billy has continued with this strategy in his lawsuit, with his defense team repeatedly suggesting that witness testimony itself is enough to prove authentic arcade hardware can produce the main screen seen on his tapes. With the movie King of Kong on its way to theaters in 2007, along with Billy's repeated proclamations that one should achieve competitive scores live in front of witnesses, the tape submissions weren't going to cut it anymore. But rather than choose a gaming convention or tournament at which he most certainly would have been welcome, he chose the yearly convention of the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers, or FAMB. F-A-M-B. Excuse me. Aside from the designated referee, who we'll get to in a moment, none of these mortgage brokers were qualified to adjudicate competitive video gaming. If I attended a sumo wrestling competition, I could certainly say I saw what happened and that a sumo contest did indeed occur, but I'd be hard-pressed to identify any improper procedures or fouls or records achieved by either competitor. Even if these non-gaming witnesses were impartial and totally honest, their testimony is not reliable when placed against a scientific examination of the objective permanent evidence, hence why Jace was much more interested in studying the tapes. If you want an even more on-the-nose example, if David's still here, this is your time, sir. If you want an even more on-the-nose example, consider the incident at the Music City Multicon in October 2021. Billy played Pac-Man at the convention, having announced his intention to do a perfect score on Pac-Man's jumper revision. Billy told event organizers he had a perfect score in progress. He told the media he had a perfect score in progress. He declared to the crowd at the conclusion of his game that it was a, quote, perfect game, end quote. He signed game marquees commemorating the occasion for podcasters who believed they had just witnessed a perfect score, and yet it was objectively not a perfect score. Prior to all those statements, Billy had already lost one life and missed a key, which resulted in his game coming 5,090 points short. And yet you still have attendees, actual gaming enthusiasts, laughing at the notion that they didn't see what Billy Mitchell told them they saw. I think, I'll bring that up. Why Billy would handle such an obvious and well-documented example of himself lying about a gaming achievement to a crowd of trusting spectators, I couldn't tell you. Maybe he's been lying to people for so long he doesn't expect anything to come of it. And David Race, aka Provol, I don't know if he's still in the chat, but he was kind of a key person in pointing out this fraud. Because he knows the early Pac-Man games pretty much inside and out, and he immediately was like, wait, no, that's not a perfect score on the jumper revision. And there's a bunch of stuff. He also claimed that, like, he also tried to say, like, in one of the videos, nobody's ever attempted to do a perfect score on this version. And David literally had video of himself attempting, or not video necessarily, but a photo where he had attempted a perfect score on jumper version and came short. Bill Bastable, also back in the day, attempted a jumper score on perfect score on jumper version. I ended up doing a video kind of putting all the evidence together. Here's the script for the video, but let's see. Some part down here. Oh yeah, here's one of oh yeah, all right, here's a reply I gave to it was the hosts of the Broken Token podcast that were just kind of like, well, you know, so what, you know, I don't think he lied. He's a nice guy. He's always been nice to me. His Jedi mind tricks won't work anymore. Yeah, very much. I'm interested. Now, he did recently do some score at a bar in England, so there are still people who are still allowing him to use their events and their venues for these shenanigans. And I believe that perfect score was legitimate, but then who knows, if he had died, would he have tried to pass it off? Let's see. Getting back to the contested Donkey Kong scores, it's also fair to ask what these alleged witnesses' personal relationship was to Billy, or how trustworthy they actually are. Oh, this is great. In his actual filings, Billy included a statement from Richard Mallion, a witness to his 2007 score. The statement seems nice and impartial until you discover that Richard Mallion and Billy Mitchell went to high school together, even appearing opposite each other in their yearbook. Whereas there's Richard Mallion, and that is the same guy, and there's high school Billy. yeah, just total strangers vouching for each other. Oh, and this is important. Whatever you do, don't Google Richard Mallion, Florida. Don't do that. Recall also the story of Carlos Pinero above. He was badgered into signing a statement he didn't agree with and was even threatened with a lawsuit if he didn't comply. We only know the whole story of his signed statement due to his connections in the gaming community. Were these mortgage brokers similarly impartial when presented with prepared statements for them to sign? Beyond old high school friends willing to claim they witnessed Billy's incredible achievements, Billy likes to cite crowds of people all gathered behind him, watching, cheering him on, filming, and taking pictures. Somehow none of these pictures or videos from parties unrelated to Billy have ever emerged, despite earnest attempts to track them down. Random people who filmed Billy's replay presentation at the Big Bang event did provide their footage, but none from these supposed crowds at the events where Billy claims these scores were actually achieved. Did they not allow cameras inside the mortgage brokers convention? Did nobody have camera phones at Boomers in 2010? And that's really the thing is like the Big Bang event is such a good example because a bunch of people attend and like, oh, this looks interesting, let me film it. And for that reason, we have footage of it. Some of it was already on YouTube when all this broke, and some other footage surfaced later when people realized, oh, I have this old footage kicking around that people are taking interest in. That's how it actually works. But all of Billy's supposed scores, when they were supposedly achieved, just, nobody thought to take a single picture or record a single video or post anything or nothing. Crazy. There's a reason Billy sweepingly dismisses scientific evidence in favor of malleable witness statements from friends. Ultimately, the surviving objective evidence of the submitted videotapes and the fact that those tapes conclusively could not have originated from authentic arcade hardware trumps what Billy's friends think they saw or are willing to say they saw. It was all right. So we're gonna start getting into, oh my gosh, we're getting into the real good stuff now, because a lot of this before is like, okay, here's valid questions I have to address. The main evidence is interesting, but also can be kind of boring and technical. But this is where we're gonna get into all the juicy lies. I love this. This brings us to the designated referees present, referee and then a parentheses S, present for the 2007 and 2010 scores. The submission rules were a bit murkier under previous iterations of Twin Galaxies. The website only offered advice on how to submit scores by videotape. However, allowances were granted to certified TG referees to adjudicate scores at live events, under the assumption that such events would be legitimate. Billy's 1.047 million was verified by video, more on that later. However, his later 1.05 million score, allegedly achieved at the FAM convention, listed the verification method as referee. So, to reiterate, the King of Kong score was officially a video submission score, and we'll discuss that later. But the later ones were supposedly done by referee. And there's a whole discussion behind this topic of referees being able to adjudicate live scores. The assumption is that like if you have a real event like one of the Fun Spot events, you have referees there and they're just going around spot verifying. Yep, you did the score. Yep, you did the score. That's what those allowances were intended for, so that they don't have to make sure to record every single high score that's done at the event, because otherwise people competing in the event might not get their submissions in for the competition and such. So I would say, okay, you have a few referees and they can just verify on the spot. That allowance was then abused by Todd and Billy for them to set up their own little private event, which they can argue should have equal standing to something like the Fun Spot event, and Spot adjudicate his scores, which of course were done on MAME. Historically, Todd Rogers was the only live referee indicated for the score. That linked TG article does reference two expert referees who would later verify the submission tape. Former TG head referee Robert Murchek that same month suggested in multiple ways that Todd was the only referee for this event. Let's will this come up? Yeah. And Bill is playing the game. Todd is watching as a referee. Heck, even Todd himself offered an account, seen above, trying to emphasize the extent to which Billy went to authenticate this score, while only citing himself as the referee. See, I personally witnessed Billy's performance live at the FAM show, Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers. Billy not only had me present to authenticate the attempt, but he had a live feed showing his gameplay and another camera on a tripod taping him sitting performing and a VCR recorder recording the gameplay. And he sent his DKPCB off to Nintendo to have verified by an official blah 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 blah. Stuff about locking the cabinet. Yes, he's like, he not only had me present, so the way he's describing it sounds very much like Todd Juice. Sounds very much like he's just saying that like he's the only referee is what he's saying. And let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, with regard to the verification, the FAM convention, it was listed as referee, but the article also says that they were going to have 2 expert referees verify the submission tape as well. Even though it was a referee score, they were going to verify the tape as well. Let's see, there were 20 people and a few Kool-Aid drinking broadcasters. Yeah, you still think they witnessed a perfect score at Pac-Man at Music City Multicon last year. Yep. What security firm? Yeah. Oh, right. Wait, yeah, an impartial security firm. Oh, interesting. Good catch. Yeah, no, it was some unnamed GameStop manager. And what's funny about that is we were looking into this a while back. I'll go ahead and divulge this, but we realized, wait a second, they're talking about unnamed GameStop manager, and somebody mentioned that Brian Koo from the King of Kong was managing a GameStop at that time. And we're like, wait a second, was it Brian Koo the whole time? Was he the guy who installed the board for Billy? But he was in New Hampshire, and they do say elsewhere that it was a local Florida GameStop manager. Doesn't mean that they aren't still lying or that the whole story isn't a lie, or, there's so much lies with these people. But it was interesting to think that they were trying to obfuscate Brian Koo. For people who don't know who Brian Koo is, he's the guy from King of Kong who's like, there's a kill screen coming up if you want to watch. Hey, everyone. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up. That's my Brian Koo impression. Hi, I'm here with Billy Mitchell. He's the video game player of the century, and I don't believe he cheated. While Todd used to be an official Twin Galaxies referee, his credibility has since fallen on hard times. In 2017, many of his former records were found to be either highly implausible or outright impossible, with the most famous being his claim of a time of 5.51 seconds on Dragster. Days before the main evidence package was published in this case, all of Todd's scores were removed from Twin Galaxies and Guinness on the basis that he had fraudulently self-entered scores. In other words, Todd lied for years about video game achievements, which makes his testimony in defense of his longtime friend fairly worthless. And here's where we get to the whole bit we're leading up to. It's perhaps for this reason that more recent witness statements have attempted to place a second referee at the site of the FAM event. That referee being Todd's girlfriend, Kimberly Morning Dove Mahoney. Now, you actually see Morning Dove in King of Kong when they're all watching Weeby's tape at Fun Spot. You can see she's with Todd. You can recognize Todd pretty easily because he's been in the spotlight a lot. Morning Dove Mahoney doesn't really like the spotlight. There's a photo of her somewhere where she's at a Fun Spot event. And she's basically just blocking the camera with her hand, like, "No, don't show me." And she's in one of the 3 fake videos from Boomers, and she's trying to dart out of the way. She just doesn't want to be on camera. But you do see her in the movie King of Kong. In her signed statement, Mahoney claims to have been a TG referee from 2003 to 2012. However, further research shows that Mahoney was not added to TG's referee list until August 2008, even though the list was regularly updated over the years. Her presence at the event had also never been cited prior to these legal challenges. Maybe it's possible she was present at the event with Todd, but with all contemporary documentation emphasizing Todd alone as the score's authenticator, and with Mahoney's absence from the official referee list at the time of this 2007 FAM event, Her supposed role in official adjudication of the score has all the signs of being a retcon. Note also that in her signed statement, Mahoney testifies that the mortgage broker's score was done on original hardware. It's not clear how she would know this, given Team Billy's own story about the machine being padlocked and the board being inaccessible to anyone but the unnamed GameStop manager. You have to vote on the submission first to be able to see what's in it. Billy's 2010 score, featuring the faked videos filmed at Boomers, in which you can briefly see Morning Dove dart away from the camera, there we go, involved the same stunt of simply having friends act as referees to spot verify the score. However, by then, Donkey Kong submission rules had changed. This deviation of adjudication... Oh, yeah. No, I glossed over that a bit. However, by then, Donkey Kong submission rules had changed. This deviation of adjudication processes did not sit well with top TG staff, who reportedly wanted Billy's score to be subjected to the same review process as his competitors. However, after threats from Billy, as reported by multiple parties, the score was accepted by secret ballot among TG staff, who had not actually been allowed to review the tape prior to their vote. So a referee who may not have been a referee at the time, and another referee with a severe credibility problem, both swear they saw their friend, who likes to threaten adjudicators with retaliation, achieve a Donkey Kong world record, while the only surviving objective evidence says otherwise. These circumstances already don't instill much faith in the adjudication of these scores. Either way, as before, the permanent objective evidence supersedes the word of partisan witnesses. Now here's a photo of a box from one of Billy's exhibits. The board was certified by Nintendo. One of Billy's responses to the MAME evidence has been to emphasize that he only plays on authentic hardware, and thus the MAME signatures must have some other mysterious explanation. For his 2010 score, all we are really offered in the way of hardware verification are witness statements from his friends who swear there was a real Donkey Kong cabinet at Boomers that day. But for his 2007 score, Billy claims to have mailed the circuit board to Nintendo to have it verified by a technician. No formal certificate of authenticity has ever been provided, nor has any other documentation of this alleged hardware verification process. However, Billy did publish photos of a shipping label on the box he claims to have used. Yes, this guy wants us to believe he keeps shipping boxes for over a decade, just in case they might be useful in authenticating his Donkey Kong records, but doesn't keep any copies of the actual tapes of those claimed world records he insists be historically recognized. While the story of a Nintendo certified board sounds reassuring, the story of how that board arrived at the FAM event has changed over time. In 2007, MTV reported that the board was sent to Billy, who brought it to the FAM event while someone filmed its installation and removal. In later retellings, the board was sent directly to a mysterious local GameStop manager, who installed it and padlocked the cabinet without the board ever touching Billy's hands. This GameStop manager has never been named, nor has any of the supposed video corroborating the board's installation ever been produced. In fact, no photos or videos of the FAM event, such as the alleged video cited in the MTV article, have been published. Ultimately, while one may grant that a Donkey Kong cabinet was probably present at the FAM event, aside from the testimony of Billy's friends, there is simply no proof any actual board was used to produce the videotape. Rather, at the risk of repeating myself, what we do know is that the video on the surviving submission tape could not have originated from a legitimate arcade board, whether verified by a Nintendo technician or not. Oh, and let's see, there was something I was going to say. Yeah, one of their catch-all things when they talk about these videos in the legal filings, they basically say they're like, well, we didn't lose the photos and videos, we gave them all the Twin Galaxies, and they lost them. So, and it goes back to the whole like, oh no, we never keep, the whole story of, oh, I never keep records of my copies of my world records. Basically claims to not keep any photos or videos. They gave them all to TG, and TG's the one who lost them. Dang it, TG. And then to top that off, in doing so, they misrepresent that Billy is currently suing Twin Galaxies, and he misrepresents the entity he is suing as being the one who lost the evidence. Even though this was an incident in 2007, this is literally, 4 purchases prior. Let's see. Walter Day owned it in 2008. It was soon after sold off to Pete Bouvier. It was then sold to Jordan Adler. Then Billy and Walter reclaimed it so they could sell to Jace Hall. So it's like 3 or 4 purchases of the organization later. But Billy likes to blame in his legal filings, blame TG for things that happened in 2008 and claim that is thus the fault of the entity he is suing today, owned by Jace Hall. It's just so contrived and so misrepresentative. Sebring woman. Oh, did I talk about? Maybe I didn't talk about her in here. I don't think I did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So there's me. Yeah. No. So basically, during the dispute, there's a lady in Sebring who I believe is Sheila. She signed one of the witness statements later, and behind the scenes in Team Billy, we know this now because people have spoken up about it. Steve Klysath and Carlos Panero were working with Billy, and Billy was like, "Great news, guys! I got a hold of the lady in Sebring that's got the photos and the video from the Mortgage Brokers event." And at the time, Klysath and Carlos were both on the side of Billy, and they're like, "Oh, great! This is great. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get those photos. That's gonna help prove that this is legitimate." And then they would keep asking, "Hey, is that lady from Sebring?" And Billy's like, "Oh, it's on its way." He would just keep saying, "It's on its way." And they're like, "Okay, it's on its way." And after like a couple, 2-3 weeks of that, they just kind of realized, "Yeah, it's not on its way. It's never coming." And that was sort of the end of that. But what always puzzled Klysath, even at the time, even when he believed Billy, was just like, "Dude, like we're doing all this testing, all this work, and digging up all this equipment. Like, if this is something that's going to help your case, why wouldn't you just go up to Sebring?" I mean, I don't know how far away Fort Lauderdale and Sebring are, but he's just like, "Why wouldn't you just go up? She's putting it in the mail. Why would you put it in the mail? Like just go get it firsthand." Of course, eventually they realized that he was just leading them along, that it was never coming. Or if he did receive it, maybe he did receive it from Sheila and decided, "Oh, this isn't going to help my case." There are reports of photos from the event of the Mortgage Brokers Convention. In the forums, you'll see references to it. They have not been made public or published. Who knows? Maybe in the course of the legal battle, they will come out. There's still more discoveries coming out. Right now, they're in discovery, basically leading up to depositions in the big California lawsuit. So Twin Galaxies gets to see materials from Billy, and Billy gets to see materials from Twin Galaxies, and who knows, some of this stuff is going to come out eventually. It has to be anything that they intend to use in trial has to sort of be shared with the other side beforehand. There's no ambushes like you see in television. So who knows? Let's see. Oh, David says that Billy told him a different story about the Sebring woman. I'm assuming. Well, I'd love to hear it if you're willing to share it here on the stream. I'm going to move along, but I will touch back to that if there's something new in chat. Let's see. What if Billy played on a modified or bootleg board? This defense does not come from Billy himself, who always bristles at the notion that his competitive games were played on anything but original, authentic arcade hardware. But you occasionally hear this from Billy's surrogates in an attempt to throw possibilities at the wall to see what sticks. Again, I mentioned a lot of times when I talk about Billy's supporters or his defenders or whatever, I'm talking about Triforce, and that's another instance of that. Let's see. Oddly, those same Billy defenders will at other times stress that the board Billy allegedly used was certified as authentic by Nintendo. And yes, Triforce does that. He's just like, what he probably played on the bootleg board. It was probably a bootleg. But then other times he's like, they verified the board. They verified it was legitimate. How could you say it wasn't legitimate? The question is it possible Billy simply walked up to an ordinary, legitimate-looking Donkey Kong cabinet that had something other than an authentic arcade PCB hooked up inside. If so, it could be argued the games Billy played could be legitimate one-time playthroughs, even if the product resembles MAME through no fault of his own. Ah, interesting. Dude was saying the story was that all the material was given to TG and they lost it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because there's an interview with Steve Klysath somewhere. I'm sure it's linked somewhere in here, but he talks he describes that whole sequence of following the Sebring lady. In fact, when it comes up, I'll bring it up. But that's interesting that you were told the opposite. I should have that in here somewhere. There's so much to go through, and I'm always like, anytime I go to do updates on this, I got a pile of notes, and at some point I'm just like, all right, I'm just done. Whatever notes I've got left will just have to be for next time. And I still occasionally miss some stuff. It's just crazy how much material there is in this case. To be clear, despite what Walter Day puzzlingly claimed in his... All right, yeah, so let's check this out. Here's Walter Day's letter to Guinness World Records. Throughout this process, some of the most trusted arcade experts have shared words about the plausibility of the claims made against Billy Mitchell, one of them being Todd Tuckey, a notable dinosaur in the arcade industry who I personally trust. Tuckey, like others, pointed out a glaring issue with Twin Galaxy's assertions. What Twin Galaxies asserts about Billy Mitchell's score is simply not possible. There has never and will never be an emulation board that plugs into a Donkey Kong machine. There's no emulation hardware that plugs into original Donkey Kong machines. It's simply impossible for anything but legitimate hardware to have been inside Billy Mitchell's machine. So there's a bunch of problems with this. It's actually quite hilarious. First of all, that's just simply not true. There have been, for a long time, emulation rigs put in original arcade cabinets like Donkey Kong. There's photos of Billy playing like a multicade machine all the way back in 1999 at some event. Now, that means that either Walter Day is misrepresenting what Todd Tuckey said, or Todd Tuckey is not being truthful. Todd Tuckey does a series of arcade restoration videos on YouTube, very long videos. A lot of it's very interesting, but he's kind of in the circle with, he's an associate of Richie Knuckles, who of course is in the circle with Walter Day and Billy, and Tuckey will often show up, basically film himself at events with Walter Day and Billy and them. There's also, so this is something I touch on later in the evidence post, but sometimes, so what is actually being alleged is that the tapes that were submitted and were adjudicated were done at some separate time on MAME, basically at home, probably using save states or some similar feature or whatever, and that the events at which these scores were legitimately done were basically just charades. Like, especially the Boomers one. I mean, the videos around it were fake. But they seem to think that the allegation is that a MAME tape was like, that either MAME was played on a Donkey Kong cabinet, or that MAME video was piped through the display of a Donkey Kong cabinet to where there's like this, like, would have been like this elaborate rig to display such a thing. And he's basically trying to address that thing, which they just made up. Total straw man. Team Billy just made it up out of thin air and decided this is what we're going to argue against, even though that's never what dispute participants were actually arguing. They weren't arguing there was any kind of special rig like that. Anyway, I got a bunch of, let's see, yeah. It was about 1 hour from Tuckey's store. Yeah. Well, actually, let me say, I said at the beginning of this video, please do not seek out and harass anyone connected to any of this. Leave these people alone. This is just for commentary, and I do genuinely mean it. Some people, some people are just, they're suckers for con men, and you can certainly try to convince them, but do not unduly harass anyone. Let's see. Yeah, bought Cocktail Pac-Man machine from Tucky. And I mean, I've seen a lot of his videos. It looks like he does interesting work, but this is just, and I don't know if this is Tucky's claim. Walter Day may have just either made it up or misheard or whatever, but this is very much not true. And this was remarked on at the time by some people on Twitter when all this was first published. Okay. To be clear, despite what Walter Day puzzlingly claimed in his letter to Guinness on behalf of Billy, there have been emulation arcade cabinets for decades. Some of these have even been installed in cabinets built for original games. Oh yeah, there it is, Frank Cifaldi. I blanked on the name, but I'm not going to bring it up. But he was one of the people who reacted. No, that's been possible forever. And cabinets running MAME do produce the same non-arcade transition screens that MAME on the computer does, understandably, as that is the process MAME uses to draw level boards, and that's key. Recall again that MAME draws from the video buffer in snapshots, while original arcade draws in the left-to-right sweep, thus creating the unique artifacts and signatures the community has identified. However, because a direct feed would have been involved, this gets much more complicated than at first blush, the idea of a bootleg board. Excuse me. For this bootleg board defense to hold water, you'd have to have a theoretical imposter PCB which has architecture different enough from arcade to draw boards in a completely different fashion from the real thing, while at the same time being similar enough to original arcade to fool the technicians hooking it up to direct feed, assuming it was even capable of being hooked up to that feed in the intended fashion at all. You then have to remember the screen orientation issue. Or the monitors on the 2004 and 2007 cabinets Billy used installed upside down, accommodating an upside down signal from this bootleg board, but then the 2010 monitor was right side up, and at the same time something magically happened to this bootleg board to make the 2010 direct feed output right side up as well. Obviously no examples. Oh yeah, and then the verification. Obviously no examples of such a board or setup are ever provided. So it becomes an exercise in wild speculation, akin to dreaming of finding a rainbow unicorn on a snowy summer day. And even if such a board was found, it could not be reconciled with Billy's stories of sending his board to be verified by Nintendo's own technician. Lastly, while straw-grasping speculation of this sort might hypothetically address some of the technical MAME evidence above, it does nothing to address the mountain of circumstantial evidence, including the many lies in Billy's testimony, which also point to shenanigans. Keep reading to see more examples. I think. Russell's Teapot. That's where I linked for that. And that's a for people who are not familiar, the philosophical argument from Bertrand Russell. Basically, he asserts that he owns a teapot rotating around closely around the sun or wherever, and there's no way to prove it, no way to see it. But he's like, but you have to believe it or accept it because you can't prove otherwise. You can't prove it doesn't exist. And but he's arguing that is a logical fallacy. That if you're going to make an extraordinary claim, you need extraordinary evidence, and if you're going to make an assertion that can't be proven, then people don't have to expend energy disproving it. Yeah, it's on you to prove your wild assertion. All right, cool. Yeah. Thank you, Ape. I was just making clear because I was like, wait a second, I did say something at the beginning of the video, and I did mean it, you know. And like I said at the beginning, I said this at the very beginning is Billy Mitchell especially. He's a dangerous person. Like people don't lie the way he lies, and so I am genuinely urging people, especially with him, to be careful with your engagement with him. He's not wired like the rest of us. David saying they asked Tucky about it, never responded. Well, now that's interesting. One thing is for certain: the board set which Billy said was certified by Nintendo, which he sent to me, will not produce those supposed name signatures. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and Billy claims this is the board I used. So the whole bootleg board thing, like I said, this defense does not come from Billy himself, who always bristles at the notion his competitive games are played on anything but original hardware. You occasionally hear this from his surrogates who are just throwing stuff at the wall. And I do want to make clear that that's not coming from Billy himself. But it has been thrown around by people in his circle defending him enough that I felt it warranted a spot in this write-up to address, like, okay, what if he played on a bootleg board? Well, he didn't. I guess I could just What if Billy played on a modified bootleg board? Well, he didn't. Oh, here's another one. Once again, some of Billy's supporters, you know who that means. Twin Galaxies said it wasn't MAME. You occasionally hear this from some of Billy's supporters. This is a YouTube link. Yep, right there with the timestamp. So I feel compelled to address it, but this is just a lie. Twin Galaxies did not say the tapes weren't MAME. They said they couldn't prove it was MAME, but that they could prove the tapes did not originate from authentic arcade hardware, which was all they needed to prove to verify the dispute's claim. What's more, the reason TG said they weren't comfortable declaring the tapes were MAME was because they would have to rule out other emulators or even the possibility that the video was created out of whole cloth using video effects software. Lost on Billy's naive supporters was the dry humor behind that remark by TG, given that neither of those possibilities would exonerate Billy any more than if it was MAME, and the latter theory would be a hilarious stretch. Regardless, Billy had the means to carry out this deception in the form of widely available software and technical assistance from friends. It's also doubtful that any emulator independent of MAME was capable of running the arcade version of Donkey Kong at the time Billy's earlier tapes were submitted, and even if it did exist, it would likely exhibit entirely different signatures unique to that platform. I think I intended, because Tanner Falcons in his analysis discusses this, and I think I meant to include that as a link here, and I did not. I've been editing this into today, prep for the stream, so. Let's see. Even if such an emulator did exist, it would likely exhibit entirely different signatures unique to that platform. And that's something that, obviously I've talked to a number of people about this, and they basically say that, like, the MAME signatures aren't an accident. It's inherent, as we've described, it's inherent to the way MAME is built. And if you built a different emulator, it would simply have different signatures. They really are like fingerprints. The example that was given to me was if you started changing, the universe would start looking different if you started changing the laws of the universe, like the speed of light and whatever else, gravity, the force of gravity or whatever. You start changing those things, a lot of things around you would start looking different. Like, these things are signatures, and the fact that all the signatures match MAME just means that it was MAME. Or there are also there can be, so here's the tricky wording involved, is that it can be MAME, or it can be an emulator someone else made that somehow happens to be identical to MAME, which didn't exist, but let's say. Or since MAME was open source-ish, I was looking this up earlier today, it had a copyleft, which is sort of like a different sort of alternative copyright system. But basically, other people could work with the program, and someone could kind of slap a few modifications on it and say, well, it's not MAME anymore. Now it's such and such program. And then Billy could say, how dare you say I used MAME when you can't prove that I didn't use such and such program. It's like, well, okay, but such and such program derives from MAME. It's all derived from MAME. It's all from the original program. And it's kind of, it's an issue with wording sometimes when you're writing about this. But the truth is, the honest truth is, he used MAME. Like I'm describing here. While it was not necessary to prove the tapes were strictly and specifically of MAME origin, and not from some functionally identical emulator, MAME is far and away the most likely tool one would have used, and is an exact match for the evidence we have. And this post right here by TG user Streetwise is a great post, and basically tries to answer this question of exploring what other emulators might have been possible. And basically it's just like, yeah, there just wasn't another emulator that would have done this at the time. It was MAME. In fact, the URL says it could only be MAME. Check the chat. Yep. Yeah, Planck's constant. Thanks for the follow, Mean Green. Yeah, use MAME code. Yeah, even if it wasn't MAME proper, it used MAME code. And Tanner in his analysis kind of he makes that distinction of like, well, okay, even if it was some other program using MAME code, it still originated with MAME either way. Now here's one of the fun things Billy likes to talk about. So here's the MAME default transition screen from May 2007 earlier, and here's the transition screen on default settings from June to November 2007. Now here we have the girder finger, but here we don't. We have a completed girder here. And this ties into one of Billy's favorite stories. The version of MAME they said I used didn't exist yet. Remember earlier how I explained that the girder finger was not considered a critical part of the original MAME evidence package when it was first published? What was important was that MAME drew complete girders one by one, with the snapshot cycle interrupting the third girder halfway through being drawn, while Arcade drew portions of 5 girders along the right side. What would come to be known as the girder finger was present but was not identified as a critical element until later. It has, of course, confounded Billy's text all the same, it just wasn't the singular linchpin some observers made it out to be. Billy's 1.047 million, 1.05 million tapes had the girder finger screen appear multiple times. However, halfway through the dispute, a flaw was identified in the original MAME evidence presentation. That particular screen only appears by default when MAME is set to a refresh rate of 60.6 Hz. The versions of MAME available when Billy produced his earliest tapes instead ran at 60 Hz by default, displaying a slightly different transition screen on those settings. As seen above, both of these default transition screens appear similar, with 3 girders, but in the 60 Hz version from earlier MAME, the third girder is more fully drawn, lacking the tiny finger or tail. So it's the difference between that's at 60 Hz and that's at 60.6 Hz, which this is running at the frequency that actual arcade Donkey Kong runs at. And there was a whole argument over what the frequency was. Somewhere in this I linked a different analysis by Tanner Fawkins where he goes through the actual circuitry. This was a couple years ago before the recent analysis, goes through the actual like components of Donkey Kong to show that yes, it runs 60.6 Hz. The contrary claim was from Billy Jr. and was based on the specifications of the monitor, which says 60 Hz but has like a what do you call it? A window, tolerance window. But that's what he was. But the sort of center of that tolerance window was 60 Hz even, and that's what he was claiming, basing his assertion that Donkey Kong runs at 60 Hz. And that was, oh my gosh, it's so much dumb stuff. And the whole point of that was to say, well, it wouldn't have drawn the girder finger anyway because blah blah blah. It's just they throw so much crap at the wall. It's insane. Let's see. Once this discrepancy was identified, it took less than a day for dispute participants to track down the cause and to show how a simple change to MAME's refresh rate does produce the exact girder finger screen on versions of MAME going back to 2001. Without contrition from whoever recorded Billy's tapes, we can't say for sure if this was a deliberate attempt to match the refresh rate of arcade Donkey Kong, which also runs at 60.6 Hz, or whether this was an incidental detail carried over from a previous MAME player's preferences. Note that the girder finger does not appear in the limited footage we have from Billy's Boomer score, indicating the MAME settings used were not always consistent. Either way, the discrepancy was easily accounted for. And so the MAME they were using was changed to match the Donkey Kong refresh rate of Donkey Kong. But we can't say for sure if this was part of their ruse or whether it just happened to be set that way by someone else. And here as reinforcement, here's the arcade screen, here's Billy's screen. Okay, this might look a little different than that, but still in the ballpark of that and nowhere near this. While it was a technical oversight in the original evidence presentation, Billy and his defenders seemed more interested in harping on this peculiarity as a way of dismissing the totality of the MAME evidence outright. In interviews, Billy tells the story without even mentioning the refresh rate discovery at all, simply asserting that his scores predate, quote, that version, end quote, of MAME. In legal filings, Billy has claimed that Jace Hall and dispute participants were fabricating explanations, while one of his exhibits claimed the TG community were attempting to tamper with MAME. Regardless, technicians still haven't been able to reproduce the 3-girder screen from original Donkey Kong hardware with or without the girder finger. Billy's tapes are still an exact match for MAME, including versions of MAME available at the time he declared his scores, and they still do not match arcade either way. And with the the version of MAME thing. Time travelers always seem to be messing with poor Billy. Yeah, he just can't catch a break. Let's see. All right, changing stories. Oh, here's this whole rebuttals was getting into the amusing stuff, but the changing stories is wild. Okay, a number of Team Billy stories have changed over time, a phenomenon that got even worse when legal threats started flying. Again, bolded examples are paraphrases and not direct quotes, and we'll get to down here. Yeah, here's quotes. Where did the 1.047 million happen? In a 2016 interview, Billy claimed his 1.047 million submission was done, quote, at a convention, end quote. Starting in 2018, he claimed that same score was done at Rob's Arcade, referring to Rob Child's arcade repair business. This was echoed in later legal filings, wherein Billy also claimed to have witnesses nonetheless. In a December 2015 Twitch interview, Billy claimed his game was actually played in a room in front of, crowds and crowds of people, end quote. And yet, of that same score in the movie King of Kong, Billy said, quote, I'm doing it just for the fun of it. When I do an actual score, I'll do it in person, end quote. That was before choosing to submit it anyway. More on that in a moment. On the topic of location, oh, this is funny. This is totally aside, but I thought this was too good not to share. On the topic of location, Walter Day's trading card number 471. Let's take a look at that. Let's see. Billy's highest kill screen score is 1,062,800 points achieved on July 31st, 2010 at his home. It is we have the footage from Big Bang that shows the end of this tape, and it's not a kill screen score. It ended about 6 boards short. So on the topic of location, Walter Day's trading card number 471 commemorates Billy's claimed 1.062 million score by incorrectly citing it as a kill screen game before asserting that the score was done, quote, at his home, end quote. However, that last part was probably more accurate than Billy's story. Ha ha! When did these scores happen? Oh my gosh, this is a good one. There have also been changing stories regarding what days some of these scores occurred or how many days of gameplay these events involved. The 2007 Mortgage Broker score has been reported by different parties as happening on both Friday, July 13th and Saturday, July 14th. You can see both dates mixed together in the initial reporting. The mysterious King of Kong tape is a bigger offender, having had no public event associated with it. The date was acknowledged as June 7, 2004 on posters and the scoreboard. I'm not going to open this video, but even Billy in person, I think it's at the very beginning of the video, even Billy in person has claimed that the score was achieved in June 2004. And yet, when it came time to file lawsuits, suddenly the score was done, quote, on or about December 28, 2004, end quote. June, December, basically the same thing. Most sources report the Boomer scores, both Donkey Kong and DK Jr., as having been achieved on Saturday, July 31st, although Billy's close friend Chris Ira initially announced them as happening on Friday, July 30th. That was after the date. He didn't announce them on Friday, July 30th. Maybe I should make that clear in a future revision. It was a few days later but he said that they were done. Well, oh no, that's right. It won't. Let's see if it'll come up because it's a forum. Oh, it will come up. The rumor is true, and this is on August 4th. On Friday, July 30th, Billy set Bill, because in his circle they all call him Bill. Publicly he's Billy, but all is in his regular life he goes by Bill. Bill set 2 world records, one on Donkey Kong and one on Donkey Kong Jr. Blah 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 blah. Chris, and that's who Perfect Pac-Man is. It's Chris Ira. Aside from that, there have been inconsistent stories about how long Billy played or what time of day his claimed scores were achieved. In the past, this stunt had been portrayed as a one-day event. A press release at the time quoted Billy as saying, quote, I wanted to set 2 significant world records in a single day. Fortunately, luck favored me on that day, end quote. A text from Rob Childs to a friend earlier that week also indicated that Billy intended to take back the DK and DK Jr. records, quote, on Saturday, end quote. We'll get more into this friend later. However, when it came time for written testimony, Billy added an extra day of failed attempts on Friday, July 30th. Other versions of the story are that the alleged plan was to do 2 records in one weekend, or alternatively, that Billy had to be convinced to play DK Jr. at all. Todd Rogers' story has also waffled between challenging Billy to an impromptu challenge at Blindfolded Donkey Kong, which later became spontaneous world record attempts, to getting roped into Billy's attempts, which were already underway. Oh my gosh, these people lie so much. This is a bit from the Split Screen Man profile by Josh Harmon, which is great. Let's see. Rob Childs is reading texts to his friend Brett in advance of the event. Billy to take the records back on Saturday. Then on the day of the event at 7:24 p.m. Eastern Time, Childs followed up with, Billy took back both records today. Brett texted me back. Woo. And he says, when he spoke, let's see. When we spoke before he read the text, Childs said he did not remember the timeline of that day, but thought the attempts went on until at least 10 o'clock at night. In Banning, when I questioned Mitchell directly on the timeline, he explained the discrepancy by saying they stayed at the arcade to eat, celebrate, and clean up until around 11. Probably the most damning element was Billy's claim that his Donkey Kong Jr. score ended, quote, around midnight, end quote. That's from the legal filings. And that, quote, most people had gone home since it was late at night, end quote. Now, it's probably in one of these links that were right here. But I should add a link there because that's interesting. Recall that this was their attempt. Oh yeah. Recall that this was their attempt to gloss over the bogus board swap videos, in which Billy talks about already having achieved the records plural. So when they got caught, when the question of the board swap videos came up, they were pretty quick to say, "Oh gosh, no, that was staged. That was just a joke." That was first put forward at the Retro Arcade Night event that Apollo Legends showed up to film. And then, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. And in their legal threat, they clarified that, yeah, we were there till midnight. The board swap videos were at midnight. They were after all the records were done, everything was done, and we were tired. We're like, oh, we want to film some videos of the occasion. And then, as we discussed earlier, it's like, wait a second, you can see daylight in the doors behind them. So they're already caught in a lie. But then this catches them in another lie because. However, per the Split Screen Man profile by Josh Harmon, Rob Childs had texted a friend at 7:24 p.m. saying that Billy, quote, took back both records today, end quote. Indeed, 3 minutes later, that friend tweeted out the news, giving us a permanent reference to Billy's new records hours before he himself claims they were completed. Note that Twitter timestamps are time zone dependent. The linked tweet was published at 7:27 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And, yeah, it says by Internet Archive, I think they must be going by Greenwich Mean or something. This is the tweet. He took back both the records today, and the interview clarified that this was because Rob Childs sent him a text 3 minutes earlier saying Billy took back both records today. And this is a permanent timestamp on the claim that Billy got the records hours before he would later claim that they were done. As with the magazine, all this points to the idea that Billy's inner circle knew about these scores before they were allegedly achieved. Oh yeah, the board. Oh yeah, did you miss the talk about the board swap video? Oh yeah, that was good stuff. Way up here. Let's see. Where was Pete? Another changing story regards the presence of then owner of Twin Galaxies Pete Bouvier for the 2010 score. In 2010, Billy said multiple times that Bouvier was not in attendance. However, in 2018, after Bouvier's passing, the story from Billy and his team became that Bouvier was there for the million-point rollover, as well as to shake Billy's hand at the conclusion of his game. Who set up the direct feed? In February 2018, with the score dispute gaining traction, Billy's longtime friend and technician Rob Childs posted a technical analysis describing himself as, quote, a witness to the event and technician who performed the game equipment setup for Billy Mitchell, end quote. while giving a detailed description of the specific setup used. So confident was Childs in his work that he offered a $5,000 bounty to anyone willing to come to his shop and prove his described setup does not produce the intended results. A year and a half later, though, Rob changed his tune. When called to provide written testimony for Billy's legal threat, he now knew, quote, very little about the direct feed setup, which apparently his technicians, who can't be located, set up on his behalf. He now claims he did not have a part in the setup of these performances because my employees had already done it. There's the... I did not have them because my employees had already done it. While lamenting that Twin Galaxies twisted his previous statements to suggest he knew more about the setup than he did, Childs has also offered competing descriptions of this capture setup. His initial post asserted that the 2-bit score converter signal, quote, is sent solely to the VCR, end quote, with no reference to any other equipment. However, when it came time for others to test this process, Childs added a laptop and a GigaWare brand converter to his description. Neither method produced the results matching what is seen on Billy's tapes. Oh my gosh. Joel West and Carlos Pinero never represented me. Billy probably wasn't happy with the legal threats of his now deceased friend Joel West, and he certainly wasn't happy with Carlos' conclusion that Billy's tapes could not have been produced by authentic arcade hardware. And so Billy has disavowed both of them. Specifically in his court filings, Billy now says that he denied to Jace Hall that others spoke on his behalf, going so far as to call TG defense statements to the opposite effect a lie. Billy also says he never provided Pinero equipment or compensation of any form, that he never asked for a deadline extension during the TG dispute, and that there never was a Team Billy. I want to open that one too. Let's see. I do not provide a Pinero equipment or compensation of any form. To the contrary, Pinero was a random individual who entered arcade game sales on his own volition, promising to debunk the allegations, and I explicitly told Pinero that he did not act on my behalf. This Twin Galaxies statement is simply a lie. So says Billy. However, oh yeah, this is another one. Remember this, beyond the fact that no Team Billy existed. And we'll get to this stuff about the deadline extension in a moment. Oh, what's this? There seemed to be some confusion yesterday about Joel asking for more time. I read his email and he asked for more time for his summation due to his recent hospitalizations. Carlos also asked for more time. These two requests were independent of each other as they are different avenues of solving the problem. Carlos will get back to me and we will come up with a formal request. Otherwise, Joel has the authority to speak for me and request such things as he is the coordinator of my effort. The technical end is headed up by Carlos. Hope this clarifies any confusion. Jace Hall. No issue. I spoke with Carlos directly yesterday. Yeah, David's saying that Rob does say now that he only set up the capture for the Boomers score. I believe the original thing where he gave the $5,000 challenge, he was basically just making a general claim about the direct capture setups for the scores. Unfortunately for Billy, the permanent record disagrees with him. Above, you can see Billy telling Jace that Joe West absolutely was speaking for him and clarifying that Carlos was heading up his technical efforts, while also confirming that they were indeed asking for more time. More on that text in a moment. Here was the late Joel West in his capacity as Billy's spokesperson announcing recent findings of, in Joel's words, Team Billy. Here's Billy providing Carlos with a television for his testing. Oh yeah, let's check that out. Hello Kitty TV. He's like, looks funny, it was perfect for our testing, thank you. But Billy's like, I never gave them equipment of any kind. No. I just gave them a Hello Kitty TV, and whatever they did with it afterwards was not my business. Here's Steve Klysath, a former friend of Billy's who assisted Carlos in his work, testifying that Billy was an integral part of their testing efforts, and that he and Carlos were provided the exact equipment Billy had allegedly used in his direct feed recording setup. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then the other funny thing about giving Carlos a television is he literally had just met Carlos like a month before. When was it? When was that text? All right, April 1st, so it was within 2 months. But it's like he just knew the guy, really only knew him through Carlos's testing, but Billy's giving him equipment and being like, well, I don't know, you know, I don't know what he's using this equipment for. I have nothing to do with his testing whatsoever. The impression was that it was the setup running directly to VCR, which the boomer score was supposedly to laptop. Yeah, it's a little, yeah. There were the two different setups that were described and conflicting with each other. Here's Carlos testifying the same thing about being provided the exact equipment Billy claims to have used the scores on. You can read Carlos' declaration yourself, which includes 22 pages of text messages between him and Billy. See, it's not a direct link to it. It's a link to where in the dispute thread where you can get it. And the dispute threads are not working on incognito, so we will skip that. You can read Carlos' declaration yourself, which includes 22 pages of text messages between him and Billy just during the time span of the original dispute alone, most of which were discussing the dispute and their defense strategy. Here's Billy forwarding a message confirming their possession of the same equipment Billy claims he'd used for these scores. Let's see. I'm sorry, man. My phone ran totally out of juice while charging up. Blah, blah, blah. Since we have the original machine and the original converter used on the contested video, I have over 99.999x% good feeling that it will all be good. And that was something Carlos sent to Billy, and then Billy forwarded to Steve. Lastly, here's Carlos testifying that Billy paid for his plane flight and hotel to an event in California where Carlos gave a presentation on his efforts to exonerate Billy. Billy and his allies now dispute that Billy himself had any hand in Carlos' accommodations or appearance at that event, once again in an apparent attempt to distance Billy from Carlos' later conclusion. Gosh, these lies just get so crazy. So basically, and I believe Carlos when he says that his accommodations for his appearance at the calling off and banning were split. The cost was split between Billy and Rob Childs. And Rob Childs, he would have had to be the one to go, but he did not want to go. He did not want the spotlight. And they were just like, hey, this guy Carlos can do it instead. And Rob was like, whew. Because Billy is trying to distance himself from Carlos and act like Carlos was just some stranger who had nothing to do with him and didn't represent him. He's claiming that he and Rob Childs are both claiming that the entirety of Carlos' accommodations were paid for by Rob Childs. And also, Carlos, and again, I believe him, Carlos shared a room with Billy and with Triforce, but they are now testifying that Billy did not share that room, that Billy shared the room with Walter Day. Notably absent from Billy's version of events is Joel West, who was there, who Carlos recalls sharing a room with Walter Day because they both had medical stuff, so they kind of assist each other. And that was why the two of them were together, but the other three, Carlos, Billy, and Triforce, were there. It's so desperate that Billy's trying to even sever his connections to even staying at the same hotel room as Carlos, even though they were very obviously there together. They were reportedly riding around in the same car together. They appeared at the same event at the calling off. Billy's just very desperate to make up whatever he can to say that he just happened to be in the same vicinity as Carlos over and over and over again, but had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Let's see. I pay top dollar for that Hello Kitty CRT. Yeah, that's actually not a bad point. Yep. Story more than changed over time. Yep. Yeah, he's lying either way, so they're lying about one of the stories or the other. So this text. Regarding the above text, Billy now audaciously claims Joel West, who has since passed away, wrote the text to Billy asking him to forward it to Jace, and that Billy accidentally forwarded it without ever reading it first. However, this fable is belied by the fact that A, Billy sort of gives himself away by saying he, quote, reread the message. Yeah, let's see. Oh, damn, Yeah. Later that day, I reread the text messages. Oops. B, Billy deleted the signature Joel West had written and added his own. So Billy provides a screenshot that he claims was the message as he received it from Joel West. But in Joel's version, the signature is Billy, and Billy changed it to BM. C. Billy didn't just send it to Jace, but also forwarded it to Carlos and back to Joel, suggesting he understood the message's contents. And D. Billy sent a different text to Joel and Carlos 2 minutes later, asking them to coordinate with him on the request to Jace for, guess what, a deadline extension. Now let's kind of bookmark that. Oh no, this is, oh dang. I thought that was going to be the filing, dang. But yeah, there's another text to Joel and Carlos just 2 minutes later. Oh, yeah, I remember. It's a link to this big chart where all this stuff is. I should maybe go through and replace some of these dispute thread links, since the dispute thread is locked with, where possible, replace it with open links. In his lawsuit filings, Billy claimed he called Jace later the same day and told him verbally that he meant the exact opposite of that text message on a call of which there would be no recording. Thus, once again, Billy would have us believe the permanent evidence is all lies and his word is the truth. Naturally, TG's lawyer asked Billy to present proof of this alleged phone call, given that everyone involved knows it would not show up on Jace's phone records. At that point, this phone call, as Billy had described it, became a Skype call conducted through a third party, that third party being Triforce, of which Billy apparently hopes there would be no record. Billy also offered nonsensical explanations for why this call and not other calls he made to Jace was conducted in such a contrived fashion. And, you know what, there could be, because it'll bring up, oh no, wait, actually, it won't be, because I'm on incognito. So there won't be any, like, sort of, like, friends with locked accounts showing up or anything. Yeah. If I wrote, what a pathetic, laughable lie. He's like, to protect his privacy, responding party, that's Billy, used Skype to call Jason Hall through Isaiah Triforce Johnson so that responding party's information would appear as an unknown phone number and conceal the location of responding party. Responding party undertook these measures to prevent Mr. Hall from sharing his physical location publicly. Because responding party called Mr. Hall using such measures, responding party cannot provide the phone numbers for these calls. Like, where was he? NORAD? Like, he's on his cell phone. He's trying to obscure his location, and Jace had his phone number. They had met before. Jace literally bought Twin Galaxies from him and Walter Day, and he just, it's like I said here, it's the classic liar's mistake of giving way too much exposition. It's just, yeah, exactly. The only way to keep a good lie alive is to just pile more and more lies on top of it. It's just, and the whole story is so preposterous. I mean, I know this is part of the stuff about the Doctor, and I did include that in the post. We'll get to that, but this is just, it's just wild. It's fantasy. As for Steve Klysath's attempt to investigate the dispute on Billy's behalf, Billy attempts to paint Steve as some unaffiliated stranger acting on his own accord, but in doing so, Billy glosses over their long-standing working relationship, including their collaboration on a series of retro arcade night events in their home area in Florida. In a 2014 interview with New Times, Billy lavished Steve with praise for his work in organizing this event, hosted at the professional shop owned by Billy's close friend Rob Childs. Billy would have you believe his failed defense was conducted entirely by randos off the street whom Billy had nothing whatsoever to do with, despite them having access to his close friend's professional shop and all his equipment, and despite Billy's material support and frequent communication with them. Is that more? Yeah. Oh, here's how did it go with the lady in Sebring? Me and Carlos will be at the shop. Awesome, I'm on my way. Try to be quicker, Carlos. And it says, has to leave soon, but we were on to something. I suppose if they came to the conclusion Billy had wanted, they would have been his star witnesses. Even their attempts to claim that a Team Billy never existed are undercut by their own gameplay analysis, supplied with the 2019 legal threat, which originally concluded with a signature from, you guessed it, Team Billy. That signature has since disappeared from the active document, probably around the time they decided it would be more convenient if Team Billy never existed. You can still see a contemporaneous reference to the Team Billy signature in the TG thread when that document was first made public. So here's the old version. He says, blah, 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 blah. Sincerely, Team Billy. Here you go. Signature gone. Team Billy? New Team Billy. Maybe they'll make up their minds. Going back to the topic of witness statements, one might ask, are people really willing to commit perjury over this? Well, I don't know about Billy's friends, but Billy himself certainly seems to be willing to. Narcissism, it's a hell of a drug. Yeah, you can still track Skype and Zoom calls. Yeah, it's well, it'll be interesting because then they'll be like, well, my hard drive was eaten by a dog. I never submitted those tapes because I never submit tape scores. I know the last item was pretty crazy, but this one has to be the most preposterous walk back and then double walk back yet. Put your seatbelts on for this one. Oh my goodness. In their September 2019 legal threat, Billy introduced the claim that his 1.014 million and 1.047 million tapes were never intended as official score submissions at all, regardless of how Twin Galaxy staff chose to treat them. It's basically like, oh, I left tapes lying around. If they wanted to enter them on the scoreboard, that's them, but I never submitted it. This was emphasized not only by Billy himself in his own signed statement, but also supported by Walter Day in a personalized letter to Twin Galaxies and to Guinness. Let's see. They made it very clear this tape scores for entertainment purposes only, not for submission, as he only submits live world records. Let's make no mistake about how ludicrous this claim is. It is an utter bald-faced lie. So the thing about this lie is it's confusing because you're like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I've seen the movie. What do you mean you never submitted a tape? Like, we all saw you submit a tape. So I had to include this whole paragraph explaining why the lie exists. So first, assuming you've seen King of Kong and this makes actual literal no sense to you, set aside the lie itself and consider its purpose. From Billy's perspective, the point of this argument is to disavow the videotape evidence entirely. The idea is the tape of the 1.047 million cannot be scrutinized because it was never a submission, while the 1.05 million and 1.062 million were verified live by his referee friends, and thus, as Billy would argue, the tapes in those cases were merely incidental. In other words, he wishes to put all the videotape evidence in a special box and send that box to some state of exile where none of it can be used against him. Thus, only the word of his friends who helped organize these charades can be considered. The problem is, he can't disavow the tapes unless he disavows the 1.047 million score altogether, as that score was only entered on the basis of a tape. Same for the 1.014 million score, but there was no surviving tape for him to disavow. Billy's September 2019 evidence submission included a whole 14-page section titled 1,047,200 was not a score submission. The only piece of corroboration offered is a claim that Brian Koo, in announcing the 1.047 million tape at FunSpot, declared to all that the tape was not a submission and was for entertainment purposes only. Team Billy claims to have video proving this declaration, but of course, yet again, no such video is provided. And of course, such a declaration would not prevent Billy from later submitting the score anyway, which is exactly what happened. Regardless, this ridiculous claim is shot down in so many ways. First, while the latter two scores were officially verified by a referee, the tapes were presented as part of the evidence package substantiating those scores, making them fair game for scrutiny. Of the mortgage broker's score, Day's announcement said the score was, quote, backed up by videotape of his gameplay, end quote, while adding that the tape itself was going through a verification process. Billy himself, at the Big Bang event, stood over a TV playing his 1.062 million submission, complete with MAME signatures, claiming to be an authentic representation of his score. There is no rule, technical or moral or even legal, which compels anyone in TG or in the public to consider this evidence out of bounds for scrutiny. What scores put into Guinness? I think each of them found their way in at some point, but the main one was the one from King of Kong. You can see it. I think it's the first Gamers Edition. It says like the 20 biggest gaming world records or arcade world records or something, and it's on the list. But more to the point, Billy's earlier tape scores, the ones without any referee present, I didn't skip anything, did Yeah. Billy's earlier tape scores, the ones without any referee present, were absolutely intended as official score submissions to Twin Galaxies. In a 2004 interview with Retro Gaming Radio, Billy and Steve Wiebe both acknowledged their early tape submissions, with Billy saying, quote, "They're both being verified now," end quote. In 2007, when discussing the later tape seen in King of Kong, Walter Day told MTV that Billy's answer to the question of whether he was officially submitting that score was, "Yup." The following year, Walter clearly stated that Billy requested recognition for the score over the phone, asking that it be viewed as an official submission. And this was part of Walter Day wrote these missives about King of Kong, like issue number 1, issue number 2, issue number 4, and when Billy requested recognition for the score over the phone, asking that it be viewed as an official submission. Oops! This contradicts statements he now makes on Billy's behalf in the lawsuit, such that he chose to input the score for the King of Kong's entertainment purposes. He now claims he removed the score himself after the event, something again contradicting his past self as well as documented statements of others. Additionally, in 2007, the Guinness Book of World Records published, here it is, the 30 greatest, it's linked to the thread, unfortunately. Yeah, I should go through all those links and replace them. Additionally, in 2007, the Guinness Book of World Records published the 30 greatest arcade game scores of all time as chosen by Twin Galaxies, with Billy's 1.047 million on the list. How could this be on the list if Billy did not submit it? Why would Billy, a close friend with Walter, allow a score he disavows as a submission to continue to be recognized? Here's the poster. In a special ceremony conducted in Hollywood, Florida on March 4th, 2006, Billy Mitchell was crowned the Donkey Kong champion of the world. Was crowned. You like that passive voice. Who crowned it? Who crowned him Donkey Kong champion of the world? Himself. Having scored 1,047,200 points achieved on June 7th, 2004. There's that June vote, or June date, excuse me. As verified through videotaped documentation. As if this wasn't already laughable enough, after the dispute closed, it was discovered that in March 2006, Billy Mitchell himself commissioned a poster commemorating a Coronation Day event hosted in his family's Florida restaurant, where he crowned himself Donkey Kong champion of the world, based on his 1.047 million score achieved on June 7, 2004, as verified through videotape documentation. And there's a little bit of rhetorical, a little bit of selective rhetoric here is what I'm trying to say, because it's family's Florida restaurant. My understanding is that Billy Mitchell, even though he has a reputation for owning the restaurant, he only owns like a tiny, like 1/8 of it or something. It's his sister Karen who owns the majority of it, but that's kind of aside from all this. So I just said his family's Florida restaurant. That's why I said that. Let's see. Yeah, this is all about. Over the years, Mitchell has commissioned many of Twin Galaxy's most famous posters. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's basically saying that he commissioned these posters, and then if you go down, there's Tony Temple. There's that one. This strategy, the one saying that he never submits tape scores, this strategy apparently didn't go so well for Team Billy, as they've totally abandoned it in their actual lawsuit filings. This has, however, left us with some entertaining discontinuities. Along with the legal threats in 2019, Walter Day sent a letter to Guinness urging them to reconsider their initial decision to remove Billy's scores. This letter, which was also included in Billy's evidence packet sent to Twin Galaxies, went all in on the 1.047 million was not a submission angle, which was Team Billy's strategy at the time. But in later court filings, Walter backpedaled by adding a lengthy footnote within the document clarifying that Billy really did vacillate back and forth between submitting and not submitting. In other words, Walter is now attempting to dance on the fence of whether Billy submitted the score or not without fully falling on either side. Oddly, though, Walter never identified this footnote as having been added later. It was simply presented to the court as part of the original document. The willful misrepresentation of evidence to a court of law is an interesting strategy. Maybe one day they'll make up their minds. Here's the long-ass footnote. This was not in the original. Let's see. I just crowned myself beer drinking champion in the universe. Oh, well, there you go. It's legit. Of the beer drinking, I hereby declare you, Very Ape 121, beer drinking champion of the universe of the century. Yeah, look at all this. It's just like, regarding this statement, well, he was fine with the score, but as the most wore on, I witnessed him vacillate, greatly caused by huge psychological pressure. Score may not recognize. I remember News Times' ability by this not to recognize, but did inquire about the score. God, look at all this crap. He's just dancing over the line the entire time. It's hilarious. And again, this was not in the letter to Guinness. And I had to reword this section in the post because it just comes across as confusing. But this is important in that. All right, so here's the sequence of events. Here's the sequence of events. In September 2019, they send a legal threat and some evidence to Guinness and to Twin Galaxies. The purpose of this was to convince them to reinstate the scores. Twin Galaxies decides this isn't sufficient, whereas Guinness, they make their own decision. Later in the legal process, Billy argues, well, Guinness saw this evidence and it was enough. So, and we showed Twin Galaxies the same evidence and they didn't act on it. And here's the evidence we showed them that would convince them, that should convince them to reinstate the scores. But they're misrepresenting the evidence they showed them. And that's what's key, because Twin Galaxies is allowed to say things that were technically untrue as long as they believe them. Defamation doesn't mean that you just said something that ended up being untrue. It meant that you did it purposefully. And since Billy's a public figure, he has to show that it was done with actual malice, which he will never be able to do. But they're basically saying, look at all this evidence we showed Twin Galaxies, and they still wouldn't see it our way. But they're misrepresenting to the court what the evidence was that they showed. And that's important, because that was what Twin Galaxies used to make their decision, if that makes sense. Like, it's not just incidental that they're misrepresenting this long-ass footnote as having been part of the original document. It actually does mean something. Oh gosh, one more thing. Yeah, no, I understand, Proud. This is a long one. This is going literally just on my stream hit 3 hours 40 minutes, and we probably have another hour 20 to go. Looking by that. Believe me, I'm looking to get through this, but I don't want to rush it. I want to make sure that we cover everything. There's some great stuff in here. Yeah. And I'm hoping to put this all on YouTube, although now that I'm going through, part of me is like, oh, dang, all these little link sources are bad. I'll put this on version on YouTube, and I'll worry about the link sources later. If you are interested in any of these links, the actual document will be there. The current version will probably get captured. If I do make edits, the current version will be captured by Internet Archive at some point. So, like, let's say I just decide, oh, this is kind of bullshit, and I just want to take that out, which takes out this link. You'll still be able to go back to archive versions and find what this link was. In fact, I actually took out 3 images this go, replaced them with better images, but the images are still hosted on perfectpacman.com. So if you still went there to that link, you would still find that image, even though it's not linked on this at all anymore. It's sort of an orphaned link. Much as I would love to end this here, one last thing must be pointed out. Billy's 2 direct feed submissions of 1.014 million and 1.047 million were his only submitted scores over 1 million prior to Weeby's 1.049 million seen at the end of King of Kong. Recall that at the time of their September 2019 legal threat to TG and Guinness, Team Billy was all in on the 1.047 million was not a submission argument. For the sake of your sanity, don't think too long on the fact that A, Billy claimed those were strictly for entertainment purposes and denied they were ever intended as score submissions. B, Billy simultaneously demanded that Guinness reinstate his record for first million-point game on Donkey Kong, backed up by a similar request by Walter. And C, Guinness looked at this mess and said, yep, seems legit. The converter must have made the signal look like MAME. Getting back to the technical evidence, this was an early argument put forward by Billy's tech Rob Childs. The idea is that the direct feed equipment itself somehow altered the signal composition to give it MAME signatures that weren't present in the original. While this sort of thing is the domain of the experts, this explanation was roundly rejected by experts not affiliated with Billy. Also, as the dispute ran its course, no method was ever shown to replicate this alleged phenomenon, despite multiple parties using the same equipment Childs claimed to have used to set up Billy's direct feeds. This argument was later abandoned by Billy and his colleagues in favor of the following, more convenient explanation. Those aren't my real tapes! While Billy and his supporters have expended great energy trying to prove why his tapes aren't MAME and why they do represent his legitimate gameplay, Billy also likes to run with the wholly unsubstantiated claim that those aren't his actual submission tapes at all. Rather, we are to believe these tapes are elaborate forgeries produced at great effort by some malicious malfeasant for no other purpose than to make Billy Mitchell look bad. As seen in the September 2019 evidence packet, one former member of Team Billy, in their attempt to find any explanation whatsoever that didn't involve Billy lying, went so far as to suggest that someone may have unwound Billy's VHS tape and used some sort of magic tool to draw little MAME signatures on each transition frame. Yeah, sorry, sir. I do have to reference the silly theory. Or perhaps rip the video to a computer and digitally alter each transition screen without any noticeable change in variable VHS quality of the surrounding image or surrounding image. Oh, I messed it up. Surrounding image on the rest of the tape. Then re-recorded it to that VHS tape without any subsequent loss in quality, all while never missing a single arcade transition screen or arcade signature anywhere throughout the 2.5-hour tape. Such a person, of course, would have to have had extensive knowledge of minute MAME irregularities many years before the community at large stumbled upon them, and yet for some reason decided to sit on this knowledge and never tell a soul. Oh, and the same procedure would have to have been done to every last copy of Billy's tapes out in the wild, lest an unaltered copy be discovered which contains even a moment of footage which does not resemble one of these elaborate forgeries. Either that or Billy cheated. For what it's worth, Twin Galaxies administration cited internal emails and documentation certifying those exact tapes as the same ones used to verify Billy's 2005 and 2007 scores at that time. If you prefer not to take former TG staffers at their word, and if you're still not convinced of the ludicrous impossibility of what Team Billy is suggesting, see the next item below. Recriminations. This is the last really spicy section. There's another section after that that's just kind of a catch-all for random stuff, but this is the last real spicy stuff. With the evidence laid out and all substantive rebuttals addressed, the fact of Billy's guilt has heretofore been proven. However, rather than take responsibility for their actions, Billy and his colleagues set up others to take the blame instead. Once again, all the headlines are just paraphrases. Dwayne Richards said in 2009 he would make fake tapes to frame me. While I never submitted tapes was the most ridiculous of Billy's attempted defenses, this has to be the most offensive. First of all, to be clear, what Dwayne said was that he was interested in making fake direct feed videos using MAME to see if TG referees were apt enough to tell the difference. Both parties stipulate this happened in 2009. However, long buried in the MTV website, a 2006 video interview with Robert Merchek was rediscovered, showing clips of Billy's 1.047 million submissions seen in King of Kong. The video observed in the interview is the exact same tape Merchek used to verify Billy's score 1 month earlier, which he recalls receiving from Billy himself. The clips in the interview are identical to the tape examined in the dispute, and, surprise, surprise, they show many of the same MAME signatures previously observed, and no arcade signatures. By Billy's and his colleagues' own admission, Dwayne did not speak of his desire to pull any ruse with MAME until 2009, years after Billy had already successfully passed MAME play off his arcade. It is not believed at this time that Dwayne Richard has a time machine. And yet, even if you set the smears against Dwayne Richard aside, even if someone did somehow possess the magical means and knowledge and motive to forge fake copies of Billy's tapes filled with MAME signatures, this MTV footage proves that they would have had to conduct this preposterous caper in 2006 in time for that MTV interview, and then all over again for Billy's new claimed world record in 2007. Let's see, where's the... We're gonna watch Smashing Apart the Donkey Kong World Record. Nope.
This is Bill Mitchell, the world's greatest Donkey Kong player, at 1,044,100, and he is in screen 116, and his score is now going to be 1,047,200 when the bonus is added. And at this point, you're going to see the kill screen in Donkey Kong. The game has an absolute conclusion, level 22-1. Notice the timer is back to 4,000 points. It started at 4,000. And Mario, who's over here, is going to die.
Oh, I think I don't have desktop audio on.
The timer only went down by 300 points. That's the kill screen. The most you could possibly...
My apologies.
This is Bill Mitchell, the world's greatest Donkey Kong player, at 1,044,100. And he is in screen 116, and his score is now going to be 1,047,200 when the bonus is added. And at this point, you're going to see the kill screen in Donkey Kong. The game has an absolute conclusion, level 22-1. Notice the timer is back to 4,000 points. It started at 4,000. And Mario, who's over here, is going to die any second. The timer only went down by 300 points. That's the kill screen. The most you could possibly do in this game is get from here up to about that ladder before you die. No one can get past this point. So Billy, not only has he gotten to this point, he did so on his third life. So he could have made some extra points by intentionally killing himself off earlier and squeaking out a few extra points in the other board. Here's the initial phase. But he didn't choose to do so, and he still has the world's record of 1,047,047. And there's his ever-present USA logon, and there you have it, the world's record on Donkey Kong right before your eyes. Screen 116, and his score is now going to be 1,047,200.
We're going to check the first transition.
And at this point, you're going to see the kill screen in Donkey Kong. The game has an absolute conclusion. Look.
Oh, there we go. Just hit it right there. Yep. Poor old Girderfinger in 2006. Much younger Robert Murchek. It was all there. And this video, and the reason it's on linked to YouTube now, I uploaded it to YouTube. Yep, is because the video isn't hosted on the MTV website anymore. I think it was part of like all their old videos got taken down as part of their migration to Paramount Plus, and that was about the time that they all disappeared. So if someone hadn't discovered it during that 2.5 or so year window, then it would have just disappeared. No one had ever known it was there. And this it basically kills all the theory making from Team Billy. Not that they haven't tried, and I'll get to that in a moment, but it's just all the stuff about how, well, maybe the tapes were altered later, or switched out, or something. Nope. This is straight from. You could see the tapes that are being examined are the same ones in the movie King of Kong. You can already see that, but King of Kong, the movie, doesn't show a transition screen. This does. We see the transition screen with the Girderfinger in February 2006. Rather than come up with any coherent explanation for why Billy's tape was documented with name signatures all the way back in 2006, or at least dropping the Dwayne tried to frame me angle altogether, they've instead chosen to ignore the evidence and continue repeating this opportunistic lie over and over. It was a major theme of the September 2019 legal threat months after the MTV interview discovery, and it appeared again in Billy's later court declaration. The fact that Billy continues slandering Dwayne, a foreign citizen, with firmly disproven allegations would appear to be another thing Guinness didn't bother to reconcile. Yeah, here's from declarations in 2020. It's like, there's a probable likelihood the now alleged tapes are false representations of my performance, which are edited by Richard. In this case, yeah, he means Dwayne Richard, not Richard Vavrins. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and there's more stuff about how Dwayne Richard said this, Dwayne Richard said that. Oh yeah. As a result, I immediately knew that one of the two following solutions explained the circumstance. The technical allegations by Young were bogus, and original unmodified document hardware can generate the output on these alleged videotapes, or Mr. Richard falsified my videotapes to frame that I cheated, and he's still repeating that in 2020, even though that was discovered over a year earlier in 2019. Now we get to Robert Merchek submitted my tape against my wishes. And once again, yes, that's actually how this was presented with all these proofreading marks. You might be asking, if Mr. Mitchell doesn't submit tape scores, how did the 1.047 million find its way onto the scoreboard, setting aside that he very much did submit that tape and others, as he acknowledged many times. Team Billy's answer, courtesy of the September 2019 evidence packet, was that Robert Merchek submitted the tape against Billy's wishes. This fantastic claim includes the suggestion that Merchek effectively stole the tape shown by Brian Koo at FunSpot in June 2005, and then chose months later to process it as a score submission strictly to spite Steve Wiebe. The evidence packet author suggests, while conveniently not saying outright, that Billy couldn't have sent Merchek another copy because there didn't exist another copy to send him. Of course, the notion that the tape seen in the MTV interview above is the same as the FunSpot tape actually bodes worse for Billy, as it's well documented in the movie that tape came directly from him, and thus Mame's signatures on the tape are even more easily attributable to him. But in truth, Brian Koo left FunSpot with that tape. Where's that link? Yeah. And the tape Merchek reviews later was a cleaner copy of the same performance, sent directly from Billy himself at a later date. As if this claim wasn't already silly enough, it was even further debunked by yet another discovery of lost footage, this time from the Classic Gaming Expo in the United Kingdom in August 2005, wherein Billy Mitchell, along with Brian Koo and others, play the same tape from FunSpot, incorrect rotation and all, still in their possession 2 months later. Notably, this claim has since disappeared from Billy's later court filings. Jace Hall did this all for money. When needing to address the question of why Twin Galaxies would rule against him if he's supposedly innocent, Billy laid the blame for that strictly at the feet of Jace Hall, the current head custodian of Twin Galaxies. Billy described the increased number of website clicks related to the ongoing dispute, suggesting Jace saw the entire venture as a way to generate money at Billy's expense. Noteworthy is that clicks do not necessarily equate to money, and that traffic directly to the dispute thread generated no ad revenue because ads did not load on the dispute page at the time of the active dispute. Oh gosh, excuse me. And I noticed that when it was first discussed, but they also discussed it. One of these is an old tipster. Yeah, this is an old tipster video with Bobby Blackwolf, who was at the one of Billy's panels, and they talk about that on their own. Like, yeah, there's no ads. Does Billy just think that the internet is sort of like a magic machine that just spits money out? Apparently he does. It should also be noted that contrary to Billy's portrayals of the Twin Galaxies using controversies to generate site traffic, this score dispute has been a public relations disaster for TG, which has a vested interest in its legacy scoreboard being seen as legitimate. If anything, Jace Hall would have been biased toward finding a way to exonerate Billy's scores, as demonstrated by the fact that TG staff expended considerable time and resources attempting to do just that. Nevertheless, the dispute was handled according to the established rules. Jace Hall and Twin Galaxies simply allowed the dispute to occur, investigated and confirmed the findings for themselves, and ruled according to the evidence. The dispute would have generated many fewer clicks for Twin Galaxies if Billy had simply confessed straight away. And here's, I don't know if David's still in the chat, but it's his time. You can read that on the screen. David Race is trying to seek revenge by lying about me. Billy's longtime friend, David Race, current world record holder for the fastest perfect score on Pac-Man, tried to defend Billy longer than most. Even as Billy assembled evidence for a September 2019 legal threat, David's still here, David assisted with some material, including his interview with Josh Harmon of Electronic Gaming Monthly, restating his position that the dispute claims had not been sufficiently proven. This was based on what he considered to be a remote possibility of someone adding MAME identifiers into Billy's game footage. However, the publication of the legal threat led to David learning about the rediscovered 2006 MTV footage, which shot down Billy's claims that the tapes had been doctored years later. David was also disturbed by many other dubious claims in the legal threat, especially relating to Billy's 1999 Pac-Man stunt, a topic David was familiar with. This led to David conducting more research, changing his conclusion, and eventually assisting Twin Galaxies with testimony and evidence in their defense. Billy's response was to outright slander David in subsequent legal filings, saying he, quote, sets forth these lies in an act of revenge toward me, end quote. Billy continues to say that, quote, Race has only now decided to attempt to retroactively rewrite history for his own malicious motives, end quote. The only basis Billy cites for David's alleged immeasurable hatred is Billy's decision to sue TG, which in reality David had previously provided material on behalf of. Billy's son also filed a declaration repeating many of the same claims about David as his father. These lies were followed with a retaliatory lawsuit once David supplied Twin Galaxies with legally recorded phone calls between himself and Billy, which happened to undercut Billy's claim that David was never formally a part of Billy's defense. More on the legality of this recording below. This sort of retaliation seems to be what happens when Billy no longer considers someone useful and needs to explain away their change of conclusion. You can't just blame me, you have to blame the technicians and distributors too. The implication here is, if you accuse Billy of lying and fabricating evidence for his scores, you must then also accuse everyone tangentially related to these stunts, including the person who brought the machine to the venue, anyone who saw Billy hanging around that day, and maybe even the guy who validated Billy's parking. To that end, Billy's lawyer has characterized the allegations against him as, quote, a conspiracy nearly as broad and untenable as the Kennedy assassination, end quote. This wild misrepresentation then comes full circle as Billy's defenders attempt to address strange theories of MAME systems installed in arcade cabinets, theories which nobody familiar with the evidence was seriously alleging in the first place, and that's something I discussed way back a few hours ago. In reality, while some small number of people were certainly in on it with Billy, most of those involved in the logistics likely trusted Billy to be honest. A DK cabinet supplier would have no way of knowing if Billy's submission tape came from his cabinet or if Billy created it through other means. Attendees of the Mortgage Brokers Convention surely assumed Billy and Todd knew what they were doing. The actual number of people implicated with Billy is quite small. As happens, Billy throws other innocent people in the way of accusations. Don't forget that none of this is an accident. Billy knows what he did. As for what actually did happen at these stunts, while there's not enough evidence to say with complete certainty, the fact that the board swap videos appear to have been filmed on a random weekday afternoon, yet were presented as though they were filmed late at night after a long day of intense gaming, suggests that minimal effort was put into giving these charades a veneer of legitimacy, with the actual tapes likely having been produced ahead of time. In other words, it's not necessary to pipe MAME play into a monitor when you can simply stand next to a DK cabinet and claim you got a world record when no one was watching. Yeah. I'm waiting to bring that quote up when Billy's lawyers eventually inevitably bail on this case. But wait, I thought you said this was a conspiracy as broad as the Kennedy assassination. What happened? The fake board swap was Rob's fault. This one's amusing. Remember the obviously fake board swap videos? Billy threw his own friend Rob Childs under the bus for those videos, despite Billy's own participation in them and the fact that they were presented for years as genuine. Billy claims they were a stunt to build up Rob's YouTube channel, which did not appear to be the focus of any other such building efforts at any other time. Of course, one may wonder if Billy would have been so forthcoming in 2018 about the inauthenticity of these videos had they actually used the correct circuit boards in the first place. Lest one think Billy's involvement in the now deleted video featuring the actual board swap was incidental, his exchange with Rob showed a clear intent on his part to misrepresent the sequence being filmed. At one point, Billy remarks, quote, it's a good thing we got Rob here because as good as I can play this game, I couldn't switch a board out or switch a board in, end quote. Then when Rob is struggling to install the board in a timely fashion, Billy asks, quote, do I need to call in a more knowledgeable tech, end quote? As one dispute participant put it, Billy Mitchell made that video at his own peril. And yet, even still, if you did want to entertain the notion that Rob Child's videos should not be taken seriously, and that Rob was lying about knowing the capture setup, and that Carlos Pinero and Steve Kleisath were not working on Billy's behalf despite evidence to the contrary, and that the late Joel West did not represent him, and that there never was a Team Billy, and that David Race has nothing to contribute. And if we even go one further and assume that the words of Walter Day or Neil Hernandez or Billy Jr. or the whole September 2019 evidence packet do not reflect negatively on him, Billy has still never provided any explanation for why every iteration of the tapes authenticating his multiple DK scores from several sources, including straight from himself, going all the way back to 2005, are all exclusively of MAME origin. Disavowing the inconvenient statements and actions of his current former colleagues will never change that. And now we're in the home stretch, folks. Congratulations to everyone who stuck around for the whole thing. We're almost there. Deflections and distractions is the last section. Just kind of a catch-all for all this silliness. Moving well beyond the boundaries of reasonable discourse, there were many attempts by Billy Mitchell and his defenders to mischaracterize events and to reframe the matter as something else entirely. Again, the following headlines are paraphrases. But why would Billy lie? For money? For attention? Because some people still choose to believe him? Or to put it another way, has Billy actually faced any real consequences for his actions yet? And here's Billy's claimed losses of $133,000 from 2 years of what he claims are lost convention appearance fees, and claimed sponsorship with Old Spice, and a claimed television show that he claims did not get picked up. Oh yeah, so $133,000 this year, and then was that $68,000 that year is what he's claiming. So basically $200,000 across 2 years. Billy's score wasn't even 10th place when they challenged it. This was an early response from Billy, presented in a way to suggest his accusers are petty for choosing to go after him, despite his relatively lower standing on the scoreboard at the time. First, this does nothing to actually address the evidence which proves him a cheater. Second, it's proper to remove any cheater from the scoreboard regardless of their standing. Third, as for gaming history, aside from Guinness blunder, this resolved a legitimate question of who to verify as the first 1 million point player on Donkey Kong, even if that score has since been surpassed. Billy himself promoted each of these as major achievements in their day. The historical significance was likely why these scores were fabricated in the first place. Yeah, Old Spice. I could maybe see that having been a thing maybe obviously prior to the score dispute, but he's somewhat known from the King of Kong movie. I sort of wonder what that would have looked like, but obviously it ain't happening now. My secret evidence will exonerate me. Now this is interesting because he was showing this stack of papers at his panel at SFGE, and this stack eventually seems to have become his September 2019 evidence package, but this particular item was never in there. It seems to be an email from someone. Yo, you sad-ass man, you all whiny when you call me first to threaten me with assault. Tell you what, though, you shut up, bro. It ain't I stop. You keep talking something. My secret evidence will exonerate me. Mere days after the 2018 dispute concluded, Billy professed that the exonerating evidence was on its way. This was followed that summer with Billy at SFGE waving around a stack of papers which he assured people would exonerate him. The first version of this post lamented the lack of provision of these papers, adding, "If Billy wishes to actually publish evidence to support his case, that evidence can be construed at that time." Billy did finally begin providing this evidence by way of his legal threats and lawsuit filings. While dispute participants were excited to actually have Team Billy material to take into consideration, as far as affecting the body of evidence, each of these releases from Billy has been a complete flop. Outside of witness statements from his friends, these submissions were filled with proven lies, ever-changing stories, wacky conspiracy theories, and more slander against Dwayne Richard, Wes Copeland, Robert Merchek, and whoever else has been added to Billy's revenge list. And yet, even still, you hear suggestions from Billy's colleagues that the real evidence, the real bombshells, are on their way. If Billy does actually have exonerating evidence which somehow explains all this, he's free to publish it for our consideration at any time. Besides, who knows, maybe Dwayne Richard really does have a time machine. Fiddling horse. Oh god. Oh gosh. Yeah. It's not Prow. It's not too late for you to tell him where to find this. Now, here's I think this is the last reference to some of Billy's supporters. A YouTube link. You know exactly who that's referring to, and it was basically an instance where Triforce was he just keeps being on this thing like, oh, when you find out what we have about Jace Hall, he's done. He is done. When you find out, and it's just like he has nothing. He's completely bullshitting, and even if like okay, let's just say Jace Hall did some, shady thing with there's a lot of rumors about the H1Z1 league, which, for the record, Jace, Jace was not the money behind it. He was the public face of it. He was not the person supplying the money. So people think that he somehow swindled some teams that didn't pay their players. Which my understanding is that the league fulfilled all their obligations and the teams weren't necessarily on the up and up with their players, and basically blamed Jace as the public face. Say, oh, it's his fault you didn't get paid. And that has to be whatever he's talking about. And there's no evidence in that it hasn't already been published. It's a non-story. But Triforce will still be like, oh, just you wait, our secret evidence, when you find out that Jace Hall is done, he is done. Oh gosh. Let's see. I'll plant bogus evidence and I'll make everyone in the dispute look foolish. David's time to shine again. This one is so hilariously misguided. In October 2020, Twin Galaxies submitted to the court a legally recorded phone call between David Race and Billy Mitchell, wherein Billy outlines his top secret plan. He would produce a new tape of 1,062,800 on Arcade, allow it to surface as the long-lost Boomers tape, wait for everyone to declare it was MAME, and then show a wider room shot proving it was a new score done on Arcade. Thus, in Billy's mind, Twin Galaxies and dispute participants would all be discredited. This whole scheme is bananas in so many ways. Billy seems to think the MAME evidence is speculation and guesswork, and that people would not have identified the tape's platform of origin immediately. Billy also seems to forget that we do have some footage of the Boomer score to compare any resurfaced tape to. While others have tried submitting bogus runs to Twin Galaxies or Speedrun.com as a way of generally testing adjudication, this is much more pernicious in that it's a direct attempt by Billy to delegitimize a scorekeeping community which was in the process of putting his scores under scrutiny. But I guess when you don't have evidence supporting your scores, this is the kind of stuff you resort to. As an aside, to address the question of the legality of phone recordings, Billy is claiming it was illegal for David to record Billy's outbound phone call to him. However, David resides in Ohio, where such a one-party consent recording is perfectly legal. Federal law governing the recording of interstate phone calls also supports David. In contrast, it would be illegal for a Florida resident to record another Florida resident without consent, which is exactly what happened when Billy's new technician, Neil Hernandez, recorded former Billy colleague Steve Klysath during the aftermath of the score dispute. These recordings have not been made public. However, Neil was dumb enough to provide them to Josh Harmon in advance of his profile on Billy in 2019, in an apparent attempt to discredit Klysath's criticism of Billy. While one may not be able to tie Billy directly to Neil's choice to record those phone calls illegally, or his decision to send those recordings to a journalist, it should be noted that Neil also provided a voicemail Klysath had left on Billy's phone, which Neil somehow had access to, and that Neil had Harmon's phone number despite Harmon never providing it to him. Oh, this is the new one. My doctor wouldn't see me because I cheated at Donkey Kong. Again, obviously Billy words his lies a bit differently, but this is what we're talking about. As part of his defamation lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, Billy has to claim damages, most of which come in the form of alleged losses in convention appearance fees. This is the same document I showed earlier. Shocking that reputable outfits wouldn't want to do business with a lying bully who cheats and sues people. Billy also claims that lost sales for his Ricky's Hot Sauce business are attributable to TG's conclusion and not the fact that his website was non-operational for 2 years. Additionally, as part of these damages, Billy claims that he went to a scheduled appointment with his doctor of 30 years, that the doctor refused to see him, and that some unnamed assistant told Billy this was because of the cheating allegations, and not some normal reason like refusal to wear a COVID mask or failure to pay his bills. As for the Donkey Kong cheating, this doesn't really count as evidence toward that, unless you suspect the story may have been falsified in some way, in which case it would be one more lie to throw on the pile. Yeah, for real, I want to know the truth too. But, like, it just seems so preposterous that there's no way it's true, but also, there's a part of me that laughs at the idea that there's a doctor who's like, get the fuck out, loser. Get the fuck out, cheater. I mean, like, he shouldn't be doing that, and definitely should not be doing that. Okay, so here's the thing. If he wants to not work with Billy, he's 100% within his right. But you can't, as a doctor, do that for a scheduled appointment. Like he's showing up to an appointment that's already scheduled. If it's just sort of neutral time, you could just be like, hey, dude, I don't want nothing to do with you anymore. Get out of my life. You should, as a doctor, totally have that right. But if it's a scheduled appointment, you can't just show up on the day of and just be like, get the fuck out, loser. But there's also a part of me that like laughs about this doctor who cares that much. And we still haven't heard from Dr. Scoppet. Yeah, for real, yeah. Comedy writers can't even make up this shit. This is definitely getting into some comedy show at some point. One of these writers heard this and be like, oh, I'm definitely. Oh, gosh. You saw me play Donkey Kong, so they're calling you a liar, too. This plays back into the I'm good at Donkey Kong, so I couldn't have cheated bit from before. Billy opportunistically plays into that misconception, misrepresenting the dispute as they said I couldn't do it, touting above all it's the fact that he's demonstrated talent at Donkey Kong. In some cases, and this is why this is a separate item on this list, in some cases Billy even goes so far as to charismatically suggest to eager interviewers that dispute participants are calling these bystanders liars just for having witnessed Billy play Donkey Kong. In the end, I can't stop anyone from being a sucker for this sort of rhetorical sleight of hand. I would just remind readers that the fact that you exist and saw Billy play some Donkey Kong on Twitch or in person in 2019 does nothing to affect the non-existence of his claimed performances from 2010 or before, nor the non-existence of his claimed witnesses for those scores. When I score 1 million, they have nothing to say. Oh, such a lie. There are a lot of silly variations on this theme. The idea is that Billy's critics vanish into thin air when forced to acknowledge inconvenient circumstances that don't fit their narrative, only to reemerge later as if nothing ever happened. In reality, it's just the opposite. And it really is just the opposite. Like, that's what Billy's people do when as I'm about to explain the MTV interview, not a peep from him. Some other thing happens, not a peep from them, and they'll just emerge later and just pretend it never happened. Much was said at the time of Billy's 1 million scores on Twitch and why they bore no relevance to the question of his fraudulent scores a decade earlier. This is a wall post from the Evener, but the wall posts are not coming up right now. It is Billy who fails to address key pieces of evidence as they emerge, such as the discovery of the MTV interview or the footage from CGE UK. This is pure projection from them. They're the ones that are hiding from inconvenient stuff. I've known Billy for 30 years. He looked me in the eye and swore to me he didn't cheat. Good for you. The evidence says he did. I'll sue you too. This is one I just wrote this afternoon. While the full details of Billy's many lawsuits are beyond the scope of this write-up, Billy has filed 6 lawsuits relating to his cheating and community commentary on it. I should reword that. His cheating and other people's community commentary on it. Hopefully you know what I mean. In addition to the lawsuit against Twin Galaxies in California, still ongoing, and another lawsuit against TG in Florida, apologetically dismissed by the judge. You know the one. Sorry, sir. And the aforementioned retaliatory lawsuit against David Race, still ongoing. Billy also filed a lawsuit against the late YouTuber Apollo Legend, settled out of court, issued a lawsuit threat against Carlos Pinero, and filed a lawsuit against Jeremy Young, the late J.C. Harris, and the Donkey Kong Forum website, later voluntarily withdrawn. YouTuber Carl Jobst received legal threats from Billy simply for discussing Billy's case in a video about Guinness. While Billy did not follow through on that threat, he has since sued Carl in Australia, claiming a different video of his was defamatory. That case is also ongoing. And this has to do with Carl had good evidence, which I've recounted elsewhere, that there was a financial settlement between Apollo Legend and Billy as part of their out-of-court settlement. And it is now believed that that is not true. And Billy hasn't provided the settlement publicly yet. So it's kind of like one of those things where, okay, we believe now that it was not true. Carl reached out to a family member of Apollo Legend, and that was one of the people. I wouldn't trust Billy for nothing, or anyone from his group, but we believe the person from Apollo's family said that they reviewed the settlement, didn't find anything about any financial required financial payment from Apollo to Billy. But granted, the settlement was still destructive for Apollo's income because his videos on Billy were his highest rated videos, highest earning videos, and they got taken down. It destroyed his income. And in the video, Carl basically describes a sequence of events which eventually led to Apollo's suicide. And Billy made this big show about how, well, you basically just said I murdered him. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. And that wasn't actually what Carl was saying, but that's what the case is over. So it's going to get hashed out. Unfortunately, the court cases in Australia aren't open the same way that the court cases in the U.S. are. All the cases in Florida are just free. You can just go get all the documents. The case in California, there's a paywall on the LA court website, so you have to pay however much a page. It's not exorbitant unless you're getting one of the really big filings, and it can be $40 or so. But it is all ultimately public, and if you're working with other people, you can be like, okay, I'll get this one, you get the next one. But the Australia stuff, it's just not publicly accessible. So eventually, Carl will win his lawsuit, and he'll do a whole video on it, and it will all be interesting. Hey, how's it going, George? Yep, still live. We're almost done. We're almost to the finish line. Oh, do I think that Billy might try and sue me or file a lawsuit as just a threat? That's a good question. Well, yeah, he might. Yeah, I think he gets set off by certain. Well, first of all, okay, so he's big on projection, and so he is a massive clout chaser, and so he thinks other people are like him and are therefore clout chasing him. So I think he sees me as a clout chaser, therefore he doesn't want to give me the time of day or the pleasure. And whereas someone like Carl already had a big audience, so by doing a battle with him, he's sort of trying to increase his own. He's clout chasing against Carl and against Apollo, who had a huge following. So, but I have no following, really. To speak of. The people who are familiar with the case are familiar with my work, but I don't have that many followers on Twitter or Twitch or whatever. He also, I have it on good authority that he does not have my identity, and he could probably find it, I'm sure, but it is in the court documents. So it's in the court documents that he paid for a private investigator to track down Apollo to find his identity. And you know what? I think I'm worth that. I think I'm worth a private investigator, don't you? I think if he wants to know who I am, he should have to pay for it. He should have to plunk down some cash. And aside from that, I have, let's just say there are things I think that set him off that I've chosen not to do. Like for instance, again, he's all projection. He's just he okay, one thing that sets him off is when people try to make money off him without him getting a cut. And so when Apollo does videos, those videos are monetized. That pisses him off. And when Carl does videos about him, those videos are monetized. That pisses him off. None of my shit's monetized. I'm doing this for free. So it's not. I'm not in a position to set him off. Also, the fact that I'm behind sort of an anonymity wall means that I'm not like in his mind, I'm just one of these keyboard warriors who won't face him. And he thinks, well, I don't have to dignify that with a response because he's just a keyboard warrior who won't show his face or whatever. Don't tell him I said this, but little does he know that I really don't give a shit. And I think that works fantastic. If he doesn't want to go after me, that's fine. I mean, if he does, I will fight it. I've represented myself in court. I will fight his ass and I will win. But he doesn't he doesn't see me as like a challenger to his alpha status, I think. But hey, I could be wrong. Maybe I get the next lawsuit. There's also a question of like Tanner just published the technical analysis, and he's he doesn't want to get sued, and it's a question of like, well, all the stuff I've written, maybe I would be first in line ahead of Tanner, except Billy knows Tanner, knows his name, and knows his contact info, whereas I would be more of a pain in the ass to find. Yeah, he thinks he's the main character in this universe. Yep. Urset's Cat Despera. No comment. Yeah. Billy is very much not an alpha. Yeah, no, he is horrifically insecure. It is amazing how insecure that dude is. He puts up a good act. He knows how to put up the veneer, but man, it just like yeah. He is. He's a coward. He also selectively targets people he thinks he can get a payoff from. Yeah, no, very much. Because I think, and I mean, I don't like to just sit here and disparage Apollo because he's dead and under very tragic circumstances. But I do think that Billy saw him, and so Billy's true talent isn't games, it's people. He's good at manipulating and judging people. And he saw Apollo and thought, I can get him to settle. And he was ultimately right. That said, Billy has very much been wrong about judging Carl and about Jace, whether they would back down and settle. Neither of them are backing down. They're not stopping. They're fighting this through to the end. So maybe Billy isn't as good at reading people as he thinks he is, or as he has shown himself to be in the past. He still scores numbers from preteens, yeah. Yep. And somebody asked me where my username came from, and I could just tell you it was there's a magic card, Urset's Gnomes. Well, I won't bring it up because it's a side, and it's just a reference to that. It's just a joke. There's no hidden meaning. Okay. Again, without getting into all the details of these lawsuits, Billy is unlikely to win any of the current defamation lawsuits, given that they're based on protected speech, which is either provably true or at minimum was justified based on the available evidence. Billy may even find himself financially exhausted by these multiple lengthy legal battles in 2 countries. However, these lawsuits do have the effect of chilling public commentary on his cheating by exhausting the resources of his critics and dissuading others from producing similar critical media. Meanwhile, as Billy uses the courts to silence his critics, some misguided individuals continue... Oh gosh, excuse me, I was trying to get through that burp. Meanwhile, as Billy uses the courts to silence his critics, some misguided individuals continue to provide Billy positive media and appearance invitations, allowing him to present the appearance that he's still a respected member of the community when, widely, he is not. It's good to have a villain. Oh my gosh, this is the one, honestly, that frustrates me the most when people say this. If I were to interpret this sentiment as charitably as possible, it's that the spectator's experience is enhanced by having a bad guy to root against, and thus this bad guy is actually kind of a good guy, I guess? Often this archetype is referred to as a wrestling heel, although I hope people don't actually think competitive Donkey Kong has the same level of integrity as pro wrestling. When encountered in the wild, this perspective is consistently paired with a lack of understanding or concern for what Billy actually did, with some people seemingly under the impression that people are criticizing him based on hearsay, or because he was merely rude or unlikable, or because someone on YouTube told people to hate him. Similarly, some people seem to believe Billy only violated some competitive technicality, the equivalent of jaywalking, as opposed to something more serious like fabricating entire evidence packages for wholly bogus scores. The purpose of this post is to assist interested parties in dispelling exactly that ignorance. The sort of cheating documented here simply cannot be tolerated in any competitive environment, much less for the benefit of someone who tries to threaten and litigate their way out of having to offer contrition. Getting back to the wrestling heel argument itself, without getting sidetracked into discussing Billy's role as a movie villain or the boost competitive DK received following King of Kong, even if these ancillary outcomes did somehow factor into our conclusions, none of that would excuse Billy's choice to continue cheating after post-movie players like Hank Chen began sustaining competition, nor would it excuse Billy's choice not to simply confess once the main evidence was published, and it certainly does nothing to address the several potentially life-altering lawsuits Billy has filed against his critics who speak the truth. In this case, when fully unpackaged, this wrestling heel argument translates to, I find it more enjoyable to watch when honest competitors are forced to deal with proven liars who fabricate evidence and who bully scorekeepers, because I find their wasted time and energy and added stress to be personally entertaining. And honestly, if you sincerely do believe this, then you are a terrible person and you can go fuck yourself. But Billy was nice to me. First of all, believe it or not, sometimes nice people choose to cheat, and that still has to be addressed in a competitive environment, preferably without the nice cheater defaming and suing everyone. Second, do you think con men go around being rude to everyone they wish to take advantage of? And third, if you want an idea of how nice Billy truly is, scroll back up and look at how he treats former friends and colleagues who he no longer has any use for. Why won't people leave Billy alone? Apparently this is the thing some people say. Those of us reporting on Billy's cheating want to close this matter more than anyone. And I mean that. Like those of us embroiled in this, there's no one who wants this whole saga done more than us. We're choosing to see it through to the end. We're choosing not to bail, but it is time for Billy's verdict to come in the court of law, and I don't mean in his favor. Those of us reporting on Billy's cheating want to close this matter more than anyone, but it's hard to do when Billy's suing individuals and scorekeepers to get his scores reinstated, and when he continues to disparage and defame his critics as well as his former colleagues who gave up trying to defend him. Since isolating the bully with his target is obviously not the answer, the story keeps getting reported, unfavorable to Billy as it may be. If he had simply come clean in the first place, we wouldn't still be sitting here rehashing this, and Billy would not have wasted a lot of people's time and resources. And I said this in a video I did on the Music City Multicon situation. Everybody, most people would have forgiven Billy by now if he just fessed up. He didn't even have to technically admit he cheated. He could have just been I really did the scores, but we lost the tapes, and so we just put together something unnamed. But it was the real score. It was the real scores that I really did, though. Could have made up some story to save face. Everyone would know it was bullshit, especially in the Donkey Kong community. But he could have kind of saved face and just saved everyone the time and just kind of let it all go. He has chosen. He's really not that smart. He always has this line about Billy Mitchell has a plan. He's not that smart. He has only made things worse for him, and they're only going to continue to get worse. I think you said, Ape, earlier, just more lies piled on the old lies all the time. All right, boy, look at that. We can see, in conclusion, in our windshield. Let's see. They're just whiny crybabies / keyboard warriors / jealous haters, etc. Does this even need to be responded to? First of all, there are many more famous people and more accomplished gamers to tear down if this were a matter of jealousy. If one wishes to find jealousy or insecurity in this story, one need only look at the person who lied about a video game score, fabricated evidence to back up his lie, compelled colleagues to lie on his behalf, slandered those who refused to lie for him, and sued the internet for saying mean things about him. Oh yeah. All while ceaselessly and grandstandingly taking credit and honors for accomplishments he knows he didn't earn. Second of all, while Billy likes to say his critics hide behind keyboards, as if online journalism is somehow shameful or that the research or work is of less merit because it was typed, Billy has a notable habit of suing the people who actually do seek out public confrontations with him. And I think it's a reference to Apollo. Yeah. Again, unsurprisingly, issuing public threats and filing baseless lawsuits tends to make others less inclined to confront you. And so when I say suing the internet, this is the thing that stood out to me. And it's the lawsuit is against Twin Galaxies Limited Liability Corporation and Doe's 1 through 200. I had someone ask me what does mean. It's Doe's, like John Doe's, Jane Doe's. Up to 200 anonymous people who were somehow participating in the dispute. That's who he can identify later. That's who he's suing. He is suing the internet because they said mean things about him. At any rate, reporting on the story is simply journalism, a matter of setting the record straight on this piece of video gaming history. While Billy has certainly antagonized some people over the years, most involved in this, including myself, would have been defending Billy if the evidence supported him. We continue to stress the fact of Billy Mitchell's guilt because, despite his incessant denials, deflections, and recriminations, all substantial evidence confirms it. Yeah, 200 people. Yep. In conclusion, look at that. Oh my gosh. We have established the means. We have established several plausible motives. We have established the opportunity. We have an actual mountain of circumstantial evidence indicating intent to deceive. And most importantly, we have objective scientific evidence proving that such a deception was indeed carried out. While Billy was involved in various media promoting Donkey Kong competition to the world, he turned around and leached off that competition, stealing other people's rightful glory for years. And when caught, rather than simply admit what he did and ask the community's forgiveness, he doubled and tripled down, lying, changing his stories, accusing innocent people, litigating observers into silence, and compelling others to lie on his behalf. He has even taken a scorekeeper to court to attempt to force them to recognize his lies as legitimate. The only things that have kept this from being a consensus open and shut case are Billy's assertive denials and the decision by some to ignore the evidence and believe Billy's word. Don't fall for con artists. You're better than that. If you can, please consider making a donation to the Legal Defense Fund supporting the targets of Billy Mitchell's baseless and retaliatory lawsuits. Here's the Carl Jopps GoFundMe. And quick TLDR, read the short version near the top of this page. And that goes back up to the one part of the whole thing we skipped because we were hardcore. We skipped the short version. And no, I'm not going to read it now because it's basically just overviewing everything we went. Oh my gosh. Thank you for hanging out. Those of you who did. 200 people. It's like one defendant per traffic ticket. I love it. Yeah, that's right. Maybe he's suing the top 200 players of Donkey Kong for him. You liked the wrong Urset's post. Now you'll get sued.